அப்படி இப்படி நிக்கலாம் இது மற்றவங்க என்ன ஆகுது
இங்கே இருக்குது.
உங்களுக்கு கையில் ஒரு 40 லட்சம் கொடு பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணப்போ
ரூபாய் 40 லட்சம்.
கேமரா
Okay, good morning, students. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello.
Everyone can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll start our class with introduction to sociology. I guess everyone is from BA Sociology, right? So undergraduate sociology.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll be teaching this paper on introduction to sociology. So we have already learned sociology. I think everyone has learned sociology and have known about this subject before. This is a subject which is related
கிளாஸ்
to study
ஒருத்தவங்களுக்கு
society.
நீங்க ஆன்லைன் கிளாஸ்
So I ask
அவங்க
everyone.
சோசியாலஜி கரெக்டா பண்றாங்க. அதை அட்டன் பண்ணி என்னன்னு சொல்ல சொன்னோம். லிங்க் அனுப்பு கூகுள் மீட்ல.
Please mute your mic so that. Okay. So we'll start the class. So sociology is a subject which is related to the study of society. We have heard about this subject. This is a subject which is comparatively new compared to other subjects of social sciences. So we know that there are different subjects and in humanities and social sciences, and among them, sociology is also one of the subjects. And there are different subjects which have came across human civilization, and this is a subject which deals with the study of society. And today we are going to start the paper based on introduction to sociology. So this paper is basically an introductory paper where you will be knowing what this subject talks about, what is the nature and what is the scope of sociology, then how this subject is related to other social sciences, then how sociology is different from other subjects like economics, history, political science, then geography, philosophy. So how sociology is different from these subjects, you'd be knowing in this paper. Then there are certain terms in society, or there are certain terms which we have already came across, like what culture, civilization, community, association. So we'd be knowing about the meaning, the sociological meanings of these topics through this paper. Then we would be knowing what actually sociology talks about when we think of society in particular. So it's not like a common people who, without having any sociological knowledge, thinks about society. Now we have to scientifically analyze or scientifically think about the society. So through this paper, it will help us give some consciousness, scientific consciousness on thinking sociology. Okay, so we'll start with the first unit. I think everyone has got the syllabus. Everyone has the syllabus with you?
Yes.
Okay, so the first unit, which is like introduction to sociology. So here we've been studying like the nature and scope of sociology. So okay. So nature and scope, when we talk about this, first we have to know what is the subject actually sociology is. So it's a subject which studies society through a scientific manner. So what is now, why do we need to study society? That is the first question, because every subjects have studied society. Anthropology also studies society. Even philosophy also studies society. Political science also studies society. Yes or no? Then economics also studies society. Then why do we need a new subject called sociology? So these are the some of the very basic questions that should come in everyone's mind when we start this subject. So we can see that this discipline is very relatively new, and it was started in the 1800s, and in the 19th century this discipline was started by uh, a person called Auguste Comte. So Auguste Comte, he started this subject and he coined the term social physics. Then later the term social physics was being converted to sociology. Now what was the need for this subject? There was a need for this subject to study society because of certain happenings that were happening across the world, or that was happening across Europe, to say in particular, because in 18th and 19th century there were different changes, and these changes was in terms of revolution. So we have many different revolutions that was happening in 18th and 19th century. So right from the 17th century French Revolution, then 18th and 19th century Industrial Revolution, then we have the rise of science, then scientific thinking. Okay, so these were the issues that was happening, and because of these revolutions and because of these changes in society, every aspects or every human relationship in society was changing, and to analyze these changes and to study these changes, there was a need of a subject, and that is why sociology came. And though there were other subjects of natural sciences such as physics, chemistry, maths, biology, these subjects were not in particular to understand or to analyze society in particular. And other subjects of humanities and social sciences, from literature to linguistics to the social sciences of history, economics, philosophy, political science, these subjects were also dealing with certain things which has left gaps, okay, which has left certain gaps, and to fill those gaps there was a need of a subject, and that subject was sociology, like for which this bridging of gaps began. So because of industrial revolution, we know, everyone know what is industrial revolution, I guess. In England there was a revolution, or in Europe there happened a revolution where there was advancement in science and technology, where steam engine came into being, and because of which different production process began to emerge, and because of this production process, people from different parts, they started moving to the industrial areas, and those industrial areas developed, and because of those development there were changes in society. So to be particular, industrial revolution has changed all the aspects of society. Let's take a very small example. So before industrial revolution, there was a very simple type of society where people economic relationship, it was dependent on simple economies, and those simple economies were based on the exchange system or the barter system, where we know that there was exchange of goods happening, or exchange of goods took place for economic transactions. But because of the advancement of science and technology, and because of the advancement of physics and mathematics in particular, people started people started developing new tools and technologies, for which new machines came up, and these machines, they started to alternate the human produced labor into machine produced labor. So people started, before industrial revolution, people started making products by their hands. Now it was converted to, people started making products with machines. So when people started producing with machines, there were mass productions happening, and the time period of production, it took less time, and because of which there was emerging economy, and this economy was based on money. So money, the term money came into economics now, and market situation arised, because of which there was the transaction of goods in barter economy. It was shifted to the the transition of goods through money, because money was the only factor that determined a value of a utility or a value of a product. Before, it was not money. So when money came into being, or when money came into force across different societies, people started to travel or leave their house, and they started to get or into those industrial ventures. So when this happened, people who were staying in some other parts of a country, they started traveling to those industrial areas. And when they did this, they shifted to that industrial area and they started living together. And because of which the family structure of a society changed. When people were not working in industry, they were living in a joint household setup. And when they moved to industries, the nuclear family started coming, and because of which the family structure changed. And with this, people's culture, people's way of thinking, people's rationality, everything got changed. And to study those changes, there was a need of a subject, and because of which sociology came into being. So here we have learned that scientific and technological advancements have led to transformation, but the thing is, like, this transformation was from traditional rural society to modern urban societies. And this traditional rural society was based on agriculture, of which we can say as rural agrarian society, and these modern societies were based on industries, for which we can say this as modern urban industrial society. So because of these inventions, the production changed from, like, from small home based to large scale factories and enterprises. So when it was the era of small home based industries, during those times, various trades of artisans and and small developers, they got hands with the economy. But now different big capitalist and powerful people who were associated with the factory system, they got hand with the economies. So for this, there was a widespread social, economical, and political changes that took place. And to study these changes, there was a need of a subject. And because of which sociology came into being, to study these changes and to get into these changes. So these changes, it became a central process of industrialization and modernization. Now, what is industrialization? We already have discussed, like, because of this industrial revolution, there were some changes, and these changes we term it as industrialization, through which different industries came into being. And because of these industries, people needed to bridge those different parts of the world, connecting to the industries, for which different roads, railways, and waterways and airways came into being. And there were rapid development, and because of which modernization took place. So here we can see that there is a chain type of connection with industrial revolution, with other changes that was happening in society. So we can see that these changes have led to the transformation of the social, economic, and cultural and political aspects. Now, social aspects, how it has changed, we can see that when people were living in their houses, they were speaking their own language, eating their own food. But when they left their houses for working in the industries, in those industrial areas, they started talking to people with different languages. They started having different foods, and they started having a different culture. So this has marked the social changes. Now there were economic changes. When people were living in their houses, they were having simple economic transactions. But when people started living in industrial areas, they started having this complex economic transactions. So now when some people are living in the rural areas, they don't know what is the modern economic transaction done through some UPIs, Google Pay, Paytm, or let's say Phone Pay, for example. But people living in the town areas where there are industries, where there are modern roads, where there is modern way of communication, and people are having a modern way of lifestyle, they are always dealing with transactions done through net banking, through Google Pay, through Phone Pay. So this is the same kind of changes, through example which I'm talking, like how economical changes have come because of industrial revolution. Now there are some cultural changes also. So these cultural changes, because of industrial revolution, people started grabbing new cultures. So there was some sort of acculturation, there are some sort of enculturation and diffusion of culture happening, and there was hybridization of culture, for which we can say that the cultural properties and cultural aspects have also changed. Now what these terms means when I'm talking about like hybridization, McDonaldization, or acculturation, diffusion, so these are the terms that are associated with cultural changes. So when people they started living in one part of, or in their native places, they have a own unique culture of their own. Now when they started moving to the industrial areas, they took that culture and they started living with some new cultures, with new different peoples, and because of which there was a mixing of culture, and through this mixing of culture, there were there were emergence of new culture, of which people have left their old cultures and they started adopting the new cultures, and people bringing their own cultures and injecting that their their culture into the society, through which there were different cultural changes. And because of these changes, there was a need of a subject to study these changes, and for which sociology came. Now, there were some political aspects also associated with these revolutions. So these political aspects, we can trace it from the French Revolution. So when we talk about the French Revolution, we can see that this French Revolution, through French Revolution, the term democracy came into being, before which there was the rule of monarchy. So what is monarchy? Monarchy is basically a rule that was governed by the kings. Like the kings, they have their own ultimate power to rule their country. It was not based on people's mandate or people's vote. And through French Revolution, there was a dynamic change in society where these monarchical rules have changed into some democratic aspects of society. And while going deep into French Revolution, we can see that the people did not have their basic abilities to vote. Now, people who are not in influence, they were not granted such rights by the monarchs. So it was the normal people who started the revolution, and they threw away the monarchs, and they elected a member from their own part, and that member, he started ruling the country. So the people's mandate came into being in political regime, and through which monarchy was established in this society. Monarchy was removed from the French society, and because of which this because of these political changes, there was a need of a subject to study society, because in monarchy there was a different relationship of people among the society, but in democracy there were certain different aspects of people in the society, and to study these aspects there was a need of a subject, and for which sociology came into being. Now, after discussing all these aspects, we can see that the traditional society has evolved into a new type of modern rational society, where there were different issues that was been taken by people, and to know about these issues, to study these issues, there was a need of a subject. Now, apart from these aspects, there was certain other aspects, and these were based on religion and ruling of the society. So in Europe, it was the Serfs who started ruling the country. So when we talk about the change in dynamics of the society, we can see that during older times, decision taken by the search was the sole and optimum decision that should be followed in a country. So it was not based on people's mandate, and search had the optimum power to rule and or govern the country. So religion was not separated from the state, but later, because of democracy, religion got separated from the state. But still, there are now certain countries which is based on religion. So we'll not go that, no, will not dig into those things. But my main point is like there was a period of change in society, and that change is known as enlightenment. Now, what is enlightenment? Enlightenment is an era where people started gaining rational knowledge, and which was not based on superstition. And that period is known as enlightenment. Before enlightenment, there were certain issues. Now, before enlightenment, there were different scholars who believed that art was round, or who believed that art was spherical. But society did not accepted that, because for the church and the society, it was of such a nature that people believe the earth to be flat, and if we walk at the end we'll fall down. But this was not based on scientific thinking or reasoning. This was based on certain speculations that were generated by the search. Now people who started questioning about these things, they were being neglected in the society, and they were being rejected from the society. And we know how different people from the enlightenment period, they were being punished because of their views about the society. And when during this period of enlightenment, when people started questioning about the fundamentals of human being, of the fundamentals of human life, or the fundamentals of human society, people came up with a different kind of understanding. And this understanding were based on objective analysis of the society or scientific understanding of the society, and for which people started to think logically, to examine the facts, and to start and started to think scientifically, and for which those superstitious belief, it got eradicated from the society. And because of this eradication of superstitious belief, there were changes. And to address these changes, there was a need of a subject, and for which sociology came. So we have understood that enlightenment was also one of the reasons for which sociology emerged. Okay. Now, after enlightenment, there were certain other happenings in the society, and this was the rise of science. So science or scientific revolution in the Renaissance period. What is this Renaissance period? It is from the 14th to 16th century. Now, during this period, there were a new attitude towards man and nature. During this period, people, they started thinking scientifically, and observation and experiment became the key to scientific understanding. And people's material life became important, for which there were certain major developments, and these developments led to scientific revolutions. And one example of this revolution is the Copernican revolution. And this revolution led to the birth of certain uh, scientists like Galileo, then Kepler, then Newton, and these people, they started thinking scientifically. And there were certain other scientists who believed on evolution, like Darwin. Then there was a sociologist who aligned with Darwin's theory of evolution, and his name is Herbert Spencer. So we'll read about this about him in the coming days. So this scientific revolution changed the dynamics of the society. And to address these changes, post-Renaissance period, there was a need of a subject. And sociology addressed those changes. Now, after the scientific revolution, we started discussing about the French Revolution. Then we discussed the Industrial Revolution in brief. Now, in details, we'll discuss these changes, like starting from Enlightenment. So, why sociology came? Now, the reason is number one, Enlightenment, number two, scientific revolution, number three, French Revolution. Then we have Industrial Revolution. Okay. So these were the main reason. Apart from this, there are certain other reasons also. Birth of capitalism, that is also one of the reasons. Then birth of feminism, that is also one of the reasons. So these reasons led to the beginning of this subject. Now, till now, anyone has any doubt?
No.
No doubt.
Okay, so we'll continue then. Because of the happenings in the society, there was a need of seeking of a new subject, and this subject has certain patterns. So these patterns we can see through these happenings. Now, when we talk about okay. Okay, so there were certain link developments that led to this subject. This historically linked developments we'll discuss in details. So just I have told a very brief example or a very brief analysis of the emergence of sociology. Now we'll talk in details. So first is enlightenment. So enlightenment or the age of reason, this is the period of intellectual development which like brought significant changes in the thinking of rationality among the people in the 18th century. So this age of during this period, many existing ideas and beliefs related to social life it was shown, and it was scientific. The most important people associated with this enlightenment period are Charles Montesquieu and
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Can others please mute, please, because we cannot hear. Others are disturbing.
yeah, please mute your mic. Okay, so the people who were generally involved with this enlightenment period are Montesquieu and Rousseau. So these are highly regarded philosophers who have changed the social and moral orders of the society from the existing feudal Europe. So
സബ്ജക്റ്റ് ഏതാ സാറേ? വെള്ളക്കുപ്പി കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നു സാറേ.
please everyone mute your mic. If you have certain things to ask, then you can directly message. Okay. So these people, they rejected age-old theory that was based on certain superstitious belief, and that theory is known as the divine right theory. And what divine right theory? This divine right theory, it was based and the idea that the ruler of a region, it was elected by God, or the head of a country was selected by the church. People started rejecting, or
Give mic off agada.
people started questioning those nuances given by the divine right theory, and because of which this enlightenment theory came into being. So the subject is sociology. Okay. Now this divine theory became increasingly irrational and
Mic off
dominant.
ആക്കി മൈക്ക് ഓഫ് ആക്കിട്ടാ
Please mute your mic, everyone.
എടാ സാറ് പറയണൊന്ന് കേട്ടോ, നിങ്ങളിവിടെ കുതിര കളിച്ചാ.
ആദ്യം ഉണ്ടാക്കാ mic off ആക്കി.
Okay, so I urge everyone to mute your mic so that we can have a smooth functioning of the class. People started rejecting this divine right theory, and they believed that both nature and society, it can be studied scientifically, and there was no need of this superstitious belief that was based on some religion or religious belief through which people analyze society. And people started questioning those things that does not have any scientific facts, like how art became flat. People started questioning these ideas, and for which these scientific revolutions and industrial revolutions came after enlightenment period. So enlightenment, it had a great role in changing the dynamics or changing the aspects of the society. Through enlightenment period, people gained some rational knowledge, where they started asking the fundamental questions life about life and death, about the society, and people started taking answers about these questions from science rather than from religion, and for which the enlightenment period became a crusader of change in the society. And to study these changes, there was a need of a subject, and for which sociology came. Now, after enlightenment period, there is this French Revolution. So the French Revolution, it happened in 1789, and this revolution, it marked a turning point in the history of human struggle. So when we go back into our history books, we can see that human society have always faced struggle, and because of these struggles, there were different knowledge emerged, through which people started shaping the society. In 1789, there was also one such incident of a struggle of human history, and this was based on people started this revolution because of liberty, fraternity, and equality. People started questioning about their rights. People started questioning about their freedom. People started questioning about their liberty, because prior to French Revolution of 1789, people's liberty were being subjected to only what was given by the king. People's equality and people's freedom, it was subjected to only those grants that were given and controlled by the king or the monarch. So that is why during French Revolution, people came together, they started a revolution so that liberty, fraternity, and equality can be subjected to any normal people, irrespective of their importance in the society, or irrespective of their irrespective of their class, or irrespective of their political positions, and because of which feudalism, it started to end in the society, and there were different changes brought, and these changes, it was influenced by the ideas of democracy, through which liberty, fraternity, and equality, it came, and which is also now part of our constitution. So, like France, other European countries during the 18th century, they also entered the age of this certain aspects of liberty, fraternity, and equality. Different philosophers and thinkers, they started asking questions about people's rights, about people's liberty, and they were being motivated because of this French Revolution. And some of these thinkers and philosophers were Montesquieu, John Locke, Voltaire, and Rousseau. So these people, they started to question the prevailing social conditions in the French society, or the existing social conditions in the French society, and they started to think about ending the despotic monarchy, or ending the monarchy in the society. And this has led to the change in the political structure of the European society, where all the country, all the countries of Europe, it became a subject of political change, and the age-old feudal monarchical regime, it was being replaced by democratic, or it was being replaced by liberal democracy. And because of which long series of political revolution took place, and we have seen how different revolutions, or how different movements came in Europe, where we have if we go through our history textbooks, we'll come to know about how different countries, it was going through certain changes of revolutions. So during these changes, different theories noticed the positive consequences of the changes, but there were certain negative effects also that arise because of these movements. Now, to study those changes in the social order that was happening after the French Revolution, there was a need of a subject, and sociology catered that very need. And different sociologists, especially Auguste Comte, Emile Durkheim, Herbert Spencer, Karl Marx, they came and they addressed these changes, be it politically, be it economically, or through rationally. They started addressing these changes. Now, after French Revolution, another revolution that is very important to us, that we have briefly discussed, that is the Industrial Revolution. So, Industrial Revolution, it began around 1760 AD. So, in England, and it is this Industrial Revolution, it cannot be regarded as one single event to different developments, but it was one of the events that lead to different changes and developments in the society, where the European or the Western world, it was transformed from a agricultural society to one industrial society. So we have seen that in 1760 AD, England brought changes in the social and economical order of the people. So there was a spread of scientific thinking in production process, and in Europe, especially England, there was a discovery of new production process, through which growth of trade and commerce became a rampant issue in the European towns, and there was a demand and supply of goods that was happening in England. And within this system, the issue of money or monetary economy came into being, for which people started working to get that money so that they can have their economical transactions done. So during industrial revolutions, science had a great importance, for which new tools and techniques were invented and people started producing goods on a large scale. Spinning jenny invented by James Hargreaves in 1767, which led to the speeding of the production, and because of which speed and time consuming factor became an important accountability of the factory system or the industrial system. And this led a change in the economy also. From a feudal economy to a capitalist economy, these changes have brought a new class of people in the society. And this new class of people in the society can be named as the capitalist or the emerging class, who was controlling the industries, or who were controlling the industries. Now, because of this class of people, the revolution of society from the handmade good, it was shifted to a new machine-made good kind of society. And this shifted ushered the importance of a new subject, and because of which sociology got the importance for studying these aspects of the changes. Now, there were certain impacts of the industrial revolution on the society. With the change of economy and with the changes that was followed in society, capitalism became more and more complex. Why? Because this industrial revolution led through capitalism gave birth to certain institutions. And these institutions were the financial institutions. For example, the developments of banks, insurance companies, then the development of financial corporations. They came up to manage people's finances, and these new classes of industrial workers emerged. And there were subclasses among these industrial workers, such as managers, laborers, capitalists, and because of which the relationship among the peoples, it got transformed and changes and changed. So the new peasants in the industrial society found themselves like comparing with other people. They started having a life based on monetary economy, and instead of living in their countryside and rather farming, they came into cities where there were congested population, and people started living in those areas which were very dirty, which did not have proper drainage system. And so there were certain changes. So new diseases emerged, then different type of criminal activities also emerged in these cities. So to address these changes, because of people coming from countryside to the cities, there was a need of a subject, and for which sociology came into being. So with the increase of production, there was also an increase of population in the city. And this increase in population, or this rise of population, it led to migration. And this migration was from rural to urban areas. So urbanization also started happening, and this urbanization process had some positive effects and negative effects. So positive effects we have already discussed, like there were construction of new roads, there were construction of new infrastructures, there were construction of new buildings, new bridges, new ports, there were construction of school, colleges, there were construction of hospitals, or people catered their needs of education, health through industrial revolutions. But apart from these positive effects, there were also negative effects that we have discussed. Like there were growing issue of pollution, there were growing issues of crime, there were growing issues of diseases. So these positive and negative effects, it was simultaneously occurring in the industrial society, and to study those changes because of these effects, there was a need of a subject, and sociology addressed those changes. So these changes, it was attracted by the both conservative and radical thinkers. So different philosophers, they started addressing these issues. And these philosophers, they address these issues through the Enlightenment period, or because of the effects of the Enlightenment period. So there were people who were conservative. So there were people who were radical. Now, what are these conservative people? These are those philosophers who were gaining knowledge, or who concentrated on the existing part of knowledge in the society. And the radicals were those people or philosophers who believe in changes that were happening in the society. And these people from the conservative background were Louis de Bonald and Joseph de Maistre. So these people, they were the conservative people, and de Bonald was highly impersonal about what happened in the society in the previous times, that was based on individualism, and that was based on the analysis and advancement that was led by the research. While the radical thinkers such as Karl Marx, or let's say for example Friedrich Engels, they were interested in asking questions about the changes in the society that happened because of revolutions. So these two sets of people, they contributed unique way of knowledge and unique part of knowledge, for which ultimately the sociological imagination, it started affecting the subject, and different perspectives of analysis came into being, which we can term it as theories. So sociological theory also came into being because of these contributions made by the philosophers of enlightenment and philosophers who rejected enlightenment, who did not believe in the enlightenment process. Okay. So anyone has any doubt till now?
No,
Which
sir.
subject?
Okay.
Hello?
Excuse me, sir.
So
I have one doubt, sir. Can you please
yeah,
repeat the name of
Yeah,
conservative?
yeah, yeah.
Conservative.
sorry.
Excuse me, sir. The conservative philosopher,
Oh,
the conservative
Okay.
sociologist. You said some name I didn't catch, sir. Can you please?
Okay. Okay. So the conservative reaction to enlightenment, it was laid down by Louis de Bonald,
Sir,
L O U
chapter name.
Louis DED BONALD, and Joseph D master, Joseph, Joseph, Dedmastre. These two were the people who believed in the conservative thinking. Can you get me now?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So
Sir, once
why did
more, Bonal.
the experiences and influences in Europe, it was changing, and different philosophers from Rousseau to Vico to Montesquieu to John Locke, they started dealing with social phenomena, and these people, they laid the philosophical foundation for the developments of different subjects in social sciences. Because of these people, different subjects such as political science, economics, philosophy, history, including sociology, came into being. Because of Rousseau's and Aristotle's thinking, we have came to know that political science came. Because of Adam Smith, economics came. So these people, these philosophers, they had a profound impact on shaping different subjects in the society. So because of the philosophical foundation laid by these scholars or laid by these philosophers, human society started analyzing things based on reason and rationality. And by the contribution of these scholars, there was the development of the scientific thinking in the society, and which was laid down by Auguste Comte through the subject sociology. After 1840s to 1890s, there was a transition period in the scientific understanding of different subjects. And there was a transition period among the natural sciences also. So the subjects under the natural sciences are physics, chemistry, and mathematics. So there were changes happening in the natural sciences. And it was because of the introduction of thermodynamics in physics and evolutionary theory in biology by Darwin. So these two issues of thermodynamics and evolution, it shifted from natural sciences, from the discipline of natural sciences to other subjects as well. So other subjects, for example, in anthropology, in sociology, we have seen how evolutionary theory was adapted and how evolutionary theory of biological sciences, it was adapted in the social sciences, where evolution became a subject matter of sociology as well. So by 1870 onwards, we can see that evolution, it started becoming the backbone of sociology as well. Okay, anyone has any doubt?
Sir, I have one doubt, which is as you told right now, changes happening in natural science from 1840 to 1890 for thermodynamics and Darwin theory. So how it will affect, how it was affected on that time in our sociology, and how it's developed the sociological development.
Okay,
Why this reason is happening?
okay. So sociology was based on scientific understanding of the society. So those scientific understanding, it was been borrowed from the natural and biological sciences. Now, because of thermodynamics, people started experimenting in physics. They started to experiment through facts, they started experimenting through facts and figures in a laboratory setup. Now that thing, it was borrowed in sociology also. When people started believing that art is not round, they started experimenting. That in society, if someone tells me certain superstitious kind of logic, that if we walk and at the end we'll fall down, people started questioning, like, is this true? And how in thermodynamics, in physics, they started experimenting. People started experimenting, or people started taking knowledge in the discipline of sociology as well. There were people who told, like, art is round. Now we should not believe in superstitious belief. And that thing came in particular after Industrial Revolution. Before Industrial Revolution, people's life and death, it was based on destiny. But after the production of or emergence of this medical industry, after the emergence of this medicine industry, people started believing that life and death is not based on destiny. It is a natural process. If people have disease, it is not like because of their karma. It can be cured through medicine. But before that, if people had diseases, people started doing religious rituals to cure those diseases. Now people think that I have a disease, if I don't go to God, then I won't be cured. But after science, emergence of science, when people have any disease, they rather going to religious doctrines or religious institutions, they started going to pharmacy. So people's belief system were based on facts and experiments that was taken from physics. Then evolutionary process that was based on biology, it was taken in sociology. Like how biology talks about evolution, where, for example, if we talk about a tree has been evolved from a seed. From a seed, it has come up into a small tree, and from a small tree, it has developed into a big tree. Let's say, for example, let's take another example. If we talk about human population, we have evolved from primates of chimpanzee, then monkeys, then human beings. So that is how people have evolved. Now that same process has been taken in society, where society has been evolved from a simple society to a complex society. Like from chimpanzee, people have evolved human beings. So like that, our societies have also been evolved from simple society to a complex society, where because of evolution, the who is sharing Muhammad. Okay. So because of the evolution processes, different aspects has changed in society. There were changes based on our labor system also. Like from a simple division of labor to a complex division of labor, it has been taken place from simple society to complex society, where evolution took place in people's mind itself and in people's activities. People started believing in superstitious. That belief system has evolved to such a place that people started believing in science now. Can you get my point?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So I guess, is there any doubt?
No, sir.
No,
Thank you.
sir.
Okay. Okay. So we'll continue with the class on next period then. Okay. So for today, we'll wind up.
No doubt, sir.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. So we'll meet in the next class then. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, hello.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you, thank
Sir,
you.
in our email, Distance Pondicherry University mentioned that the class time is 9 to 2 o'clock. Am I right, sir?
See, I don't have any idea about this. I'll urge you to go through the timetable and talk with the officials so that they can provide you with the time schedule.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Would you please clarify it, please, sir, as
Okay.
soon as possible? Because, sir, we have late classes, so that's why.
Yes, yes, yes. See, I have received the schedule yesterday only, so I am also not aware like from when to when classes will start or what is the schedule for the classes. So that is why I also can't give a like correct answer on this class issue.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
എന്തടാ ഇതെന്ത്
എന്താടാ തൊള്ള കൂട്ടി പോടാ.
തൊള്ള കൂട്ടിയേ പറയാൻ പറ്റൂടോ.
ப்ரோ தமிழ் யாரா இருக்கீங்களா?
தமிழ்
டேய்
சொல்லுங்க,
நம்மள மலையாள பசங்க
தமிழ் சொல்லுங்க அண்ணா.
போட
ஆன்லைன்ல மட்டும் தான் கிளாஸுங்களா? ஆஃப்லைன்ல கிடையாதுங்களா?
விட்டலையா
ஆஃப்லைன் கிடையாது.
ஆஃப்லைன்
நீங்க
கிடையாது.
எங்க? ஆஃப்லைன் கிடையாது. நீங்க
கிளாஸ்
எங்க ஊரு
கத்திக்கணும்.
தமிழ்நாடு?
நாங்க ப்ரோ புரியல.
நீ எங்க ஊரு?
பாண்டி ப்ரோ, பாண்டி.
இங்கிலீஷ் பேசு.
பாண்டிச்சேரி.
ராஜியா ராஜியா ராஜியா
Good morning, students. So,
குட் மார்னிங் சார்.
so today we'll start your rural sociology. So that is your first unit. Your first unit about your introduction, concept of rural sociology, origin, development, and scope of rural sociology, significance of rural sociology in India. So that we will continue now. Okay. So, so rural development, the purpose of rural sociology is acquaint us to understand the concept of rural society. Okay. So, so what is the concept of rural society first?
എടാ കഴിഞ്ഞില്ല.
The Bureau of the Census of the United States defines a rural community on the basis of the size and the density of population at a particular place. In India, on the other hand, the term rural is defined in terms of revenue. The village means revenue village. It might be large village or a cluster of small villages. According to the Census Commission of India, a village is an entity identified by its name and a definite boundary. So that we all have observed that Indian villages that exhibit a great deal of diversity. So in India, there are so many diversity. So different states in India have different numbers of villages. According to the Census of India, 1991, the largest number of villages is found in undivided Uttar Pradesh, followed by undivided Madhya Pradesh, undivided Bihar, Odisha, and Maharashtra. The smallest villages having the smallest population are in the state of Sikkim and Nagaland. So we see that on the one extreme are the affluent village of Punjab, where many families receive handsome amounts of money regularly. uh, they receive handsome amount of money regularly from their different kinds of young members who live and work abroad. Some writers have, they also prefer to call these villages as grey villages because they have large population of old people whose children are away. At one time, many of these old people also were away working in foreign lands, and after making sufficient wealth, they returned to their soil to lead retired lives or to work as commercial farmers. On the other extreme, we have the extreme poor village of Bihar, Odisha, or Chhattisgarh, where for one square meal, the parents are sometimes forced to sell their children to liquor vendors or money lenders. Several villagers in arid parts of Rajasthan are now uninhabited because of inhospitable environments. Villages at the outskirts of towns and cities are usually known as fringe villages, which undergone gradual transformation as they lost their identity by and by and eventually become parts of the urban world. For example, if we take the example of New Delhi, where many residential colonies such as Wazirpur, Patpurganj, Mohammadpur, Chandramal, etc., are named after the villages that used to exist, were earlier but have now been completely assimilated with the expanding universe of urban life. Some villages have now grown into towns such as Kohima. All these points to the diversity of Indian village, how much diversified. Uh, sorry, sir.
Hello,
Excuse me,
sir.
sir. Excuse me, sir. We cannot hear, sir. We cannot hear. The audio is very poor, sir. Can you please check the audio?
Wait for a while.
Your
I'm
network is
continuing.
low. പോയി.
Okay, so now am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so let us continue. We can say that while speaking about the village India, one has in mind several types of communities, some multi-caste, some having the members of just one caste, some are close to the centers of civilization, they are living in the towns and cities, while some are situated in remote backward areas, and some are more developed than other in terms of material positions and facilities such as electricity, schools, dispensaries, etc. If if you move from one region to the other region, one state to other region, you will find some many different kinds of diversity in the lifestyle and material conditions of the villages. So, with these huge variations, which are bound to take place in a vast country like India, there are certain general features that all rural communities have in common. So, what is that commonality? The term rural used in contrast with the term urban. Some scholars think of a continuum, that is a kind of continuity from the rural to the urban. The, the left end of the continuum consists of the rural, while the right of the urban, that is, societies having all and pure characteristics of the rural or urban are found at the poles. In between are placed societies which are in buck having a mix of the characteristics that are attributed to the rural and urban worlds. Societies titled more to be rural end of the continuum have more of the rural characteristics. Similarly, societies placed more towards the urban end display more of the urban characteristics. Changes takes place from rural to urban rather than in the other way. This change is called urbanization, which is defined as the almost permanent migration of populations from rural areas to the urban. The changes that result because of urbanization are irreversible, So when urban people migrate to rural areas, as has happened and is happening in the village of Punjab, because of one or the other region, they carry with them the stamp of urban influence. Then, what is the then is the ideal nature of rural society? Then what is the ideal nature of rural society then? As a consequence of the constant interaction between the rural and urban societies, most of the societies deviate considerably from the either the rural or the urban society. Thus, the societies that are designated as rural bear the influence of urban areas inevitably. Then, the ideal model of a rural society. The you see, in comparison with the rural society, we find an urban society is future oriented. Here, people are not satisfied with what they have and they unceasingly want to change virtually everything they have. If urban dwellers are forward looking, the folks are backward looking. If change is a catchphrase of urban living, stability is that of the folk society. So now we can see it in the different kinds of institutions. From sociological point of view, we can see the terms rural society implies the following. The number one, in comparison with the urban society, it is a small society, meaning thereby that it has a small population and extends over a shorter physical area. Various institutions such as police stations, hospitals, schools, post office, clubs, etc. may or may not be there, and if existence that are not available in plenty, then density of the rural population is also low and it may be clustered according to the criteria of social status. In other words, people occupying the same status may share the same neighborhood and may observe considerably social and sometimes physical distance from others, especially those lower in hierarchy. A sizable number of rural people are engaged in agriculture, which is the mainstay of their lives. In addition, a rural society has several other groups engaged in various other occupations of arts and crafts, usually usually known as artisans and craftsmen, who regularly supply their services to agriculturists in exchange for grains and cereals. Rural society has some full-time and large number of part-time specialists. That is, craftsmen and artisans also indulge in agricultural pursuits, especially during the monsoon and the agricultural produce. Uh, of such specialists and the small agriculturalists is mainly for domestic consumption. Then rural society is regarded as the repository of traditional mores and folkways. It preserves the traditional culture and many of its values and virtues are carried forward to urban areas of which they become a part after their refinement. When scholars say that India lives in her villages, they mean that not only that village constitutes the abode of three quarters of Indians, but also that of fundamental values of Indian society and civilization are preserved in village, wherefrom they are transmitted to towns and cities. One cannot have an idea about the spirit of India unless our villages are understood. Then, yes. Now, the differences and relationships between rural society and urban society. So, rural and urban societies of the village and the city continue to have two ends of the continuum. Over a period of time, rural societies undergo a variety of change. Some of them are assimilated into urban societies. Some of them are
Sir, our audio is not clear, sir.
in certain material. Now, am I audible to all of you?
Audio is not clear, sir.
Am I clear? Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Huh. So for cities which grow from village, the term used by Robert Redfield and Milton Singer in orthogenetic cities The cities emerge from below, that is, from the village, rather than get imposed on a population from outside. When a city is imposed on a populace, as happened during the colonial period in India, it is called heterogenetic city. Such a city emerging from above doesn't have its original origin in local villages. The social consequences of these two types of city are not like in an orthogenetic city, the migrants coming from the village will have less of a culture shock on encountering the city and will not suffer much from any sort of cultural inadequacy while dealing with the city dwellers. By contrast, both the experience of a culture shock and the feeling of cultural inadequacy will be tremendously high for rural migrants in a heterogenetic city. It is also because an orthogenetic city carries forward the tradition of village, and the villagers can identify the segments of their culture in it and it can relate with them easily. In a heterogenetic city, by contrast, members will feel completely out of place because such a city contains the elements of a tradition which grew somewhere else, with which the local people have no familiarity. Consequently, they will feel out of place in it. So, then different characteristics of village. Villages are primarily food producing units and they are agriculture based. They produce not only for their own subsistence but for the urban societies also, which are non food producing units. An urban society is not an agrarian society. A tribal society, in theoretical term, had subsistence economy. People produce primarily for their own consumption. Tribal economy does not generate surpluses. As peasant society, in contrast, has to generate surpluses not only for acquiring things, but it does not produce, but also for the city. Those who produce on a commercial basis, on a mass scale, with the basic objectives of multiplying their grains, are known as farmers. Whether the producers are peasants or farmers, they all supply food to cities. City dwellers, once their economic needs are met with, devote themselves to the development of arts and crafts and other non-agricultural pursuits. The innovation that takes place in cities diffuse to villages also. Thus, in economic term, land is the primary, you can say, means or unit of production in a rural area. So, innovation that takes place in cities diffuse to village. Thus, in economic terms, we can say land, that is the primary unit. That is the primary unit of production in rural society, which is not the case of urban area. In industrial urban cities, however, the production and distribution of industrial goods and services becomes the primary source base. So the occupational structure is highly diversified in cities. Also, there is a greater degree of occupational specialization needed there. Thus, full-time specialists whose occupations require higher degree, higher education and skills characterize urban societies invariably. In addition, semi-skilled and unskilled workers who support specialists in various ways are also found in cities. Then the major important thing that we need to highlight that economic interaction is closely linked with the political, although each village has its own council, that is called panchayat in India, which takes up and resolves disputes between and among the people and communities in the village. The ultimate seat of authority controlling village is situated in urban areas. The political power centered in cities controls villages. Prices of goods that villages brings to city markets to sell are decided by urban political power. Often villages protest against such controls. We are familiar with the so they are familiar with the protest made by Indian farmers when the prices of sugarcane or oil seeds are fixed much below the expectation of their producers. When the prices of foods were reduced sometimes back, the agro-pastoralists, they also launched a protest. So the practice of internal mobilization for achieving their objectives is not unknown among village communities. For sometimes it does not build up enough strength because of a lack of support or poor publicity. The result is that villagers' exploitation at the hand of the city powers continues unabated. Marshall Salim has called peasants underdogs who are not able to muster enough revolutionary fervor to bring about a change in their state of existence. Along with economic dependence, villagers are also politically dependent upon cities. In both economic and political terms, the city enjoys supremacy over the village.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Sorry for disturbance. Sir, actually, your sound is not clear, and also it is buffering also, and it makes some kind of wide noise. Hello.
Huh. I don't
Sir,
know
I'm
the.
audible.
No, you see here everything is all right. Network is okay, and the speaker is also in front of me, so there is no problem here. So why this is
But sir,
happening?
it's still noising.
Okay, okay. Let me check. One. One minute. Okay, now am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Now, yes, sir. Now it is clear, sir.
Clear.
Okay. So we'll take 2 minutes break. After that, we'll start.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
sir.
sir.
Okay, sir. Please turn off your mic.
Sir, shall we continue?
ഇന്റർവെൽ ആണടാ, ബ്രേക്ക് ആണ്.
Carry.
ആ
2 minutes break എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ കേട്ടില്ലേ?
Get.
Now we'll continue.
Okay,
Okay, sir. Continue.
Robert Redfield proposed the concept of little community,
സാറേ ഓലൊന്നും
which
ക്ലാസ്
may
പുറത്താ.
imagine to be like a village. A little community as different kinds of characteristics, that is small size, largely self-sufficient, that is homogeneous, that is heavily isolated. So these are all the different kinds of little community. So its members are generally unlettered. Their tradition is not
Okay.
reading and writing. They accept their tradition as it is without subjecting to it to any critical scrutiny. If there are conditions and paradoxes in the tradition, they continue to remain. People make no attempt to remove or reconcile them or to answer questions that have remained unanswered in their tradition. In a little community, the tradition is accepted as infallible and transcendental, and it urges to maintain unity among the people. Then, different kinds of characteristics of little and great traditions. The tradition of little community is known as little tradition. It may be defined like the tradition of a unlettered, that is non-literate and literate. Many people inhabiting a particular area. That is one characteristic of little tradition, who are unreflective. They do not critically examine or comment upon it and accept it as it is. Then this tradition is cultivated at home and it is transmitted from one generation to next as part of the process of socialization. The type of society which the little community unremittingly interacts is the city. Redfield and many other scholars have viewed city as a center of civilization. In fact, both these words, city and civilization, come from the same root, that is in Latin city, and that is city is also abode of a group of intellectuals whom Redfield calls literati, whose job is to create the tradition of a higher level by refining and systematizing the little tradition. The tradition of literati is known as a great tradition, which has different kinds of characteristics. Number one, it is a tradition of the lettered people who are few in number. Number two, they are reflective. That is the thing about the tradition. Make it sophisticated and systematize it, thus making it universal. Then, this tradition is cultivated in separate and distant institutions such as temples, mosques, churches, and synagogues. It is transmitted as a part of specialized, rigorous, and long learning in which the individual is expected to internalize the tradition correctly. In the little tradition, in the little tradition is of the villages and the unlettered people of cities, the elites and scholars such as Brahmins, Imams, priests, rabbis, etc., get the great traditions. The tradition of these scholar elites is universally held. At the same time, it is we realize that little and great are ideal types, while in reality the situation is complex. Now, we'll have a critical assessment of this little tradition and great tradition. Redfield's approach is popularly known as a cultural approach because he looks at the interaction of the lifestyle of the two communities, that is the village and the city. This interaction is an outcome of the relative dependence, that is economic dependence and political dependence of one another. Like traditions like that is little tradition and great traditions interact constantly, as a result of which continuity is established between the little tradition and also the great tradition. Cultural traits from the little tradition are carried forward. Different kinds of cultural traits that is there in the little tradition are carried forward to the great tradition where they are systematized. As a result, and as great traditions have universal applicability, the cultural elements they systematize also become universal. According to the process whereby cultural features of the little traditions becomes part of the great traditions, that is known as universalization. Once again I'm repeating, according the process whereby cultural features of the little traditions become parts of great traditions, that is known as universalization, a term that is proposed by Robert Redfield. The reverse process of the mobility of cultural traits from the great tradition to become parts of the little tradition is also possible. A little tradition has a narrow coverage and is confined to the local area. When it accepts elements from the great tradition, it might modify them so that they are so that they are compatible with the characteristics of the society in general. As the incoming cultural traits are changed and colored to suit local conditions, knowledge, and thoughts, the process is termed localization or parochialization. The term were used for the first time by Michael Marriott, the famous article on village that is of Kishangadi in Aligarh. Many scholars think that Robert Redfield's analysis is extremely simple for understanding the complexities of Indian civilization. Some purpose, some purpose, the idea of multiple traditions in India rather than just two traditions, but the concept of little and great traditions help us greatly in understanding the cultural continuity between villages and cities in India. In this context, we have certain observations that is of Milton Singer's observation, so which are highly relevant. Number one, Milton Singer's observation: the Indian civilization has evolved out of the basically folk, FOLK, folk and regional cultures. The local stories and folklore that that evolved into great epics such as Ramayana, Mahabharata, and other religious scriptures after being refined by systematized over a long period of time. Then, cultural continuity is a major feature of the great tradition. It is based on the idea that people throughout the country share common cultural consciousness. Then, consensus that exists in India about in sacred various sacred books and sacred objects. It is one of the major bases of a common cultural consciousness. That people in India they share a common cultural consciousness and cultural continuity with the past that is a major feature of Indian society. As a result, most of the modernizing thoughts and ideologies of progress do not lead to a linear form of social and cultural change. Rather, the modern institutions are traditionalized in India. They adapt to the social organizations of communities instead of constraining them to adapt to modernity. Then, different types of village. So, we know that village has been classified on the basis of size. According to the Census of India, 1991, 94.7% of villages had less than 5,000 people. According to the size of population, the villages were divided into three categories. That is, 26.5% villages were inhabited by less than 500 people. That is the data of 1991 census. 48.8% villages had a population falling between 500 and 2000, and 19.4% villages had a population falling between 2000 and 5000. So, from this data, it is clear that villages of the medium size are almost, we can say, 50% of the village in India. That is 48.8% village had a population falling between 500 and 2000. Another classification of Indian villages divides them into nucleated and dispersed villages. It is well known that villages comprise homestead land that is avadi and cultivable land. In nucleated village, all the households are clustered together in a compact unit surrounded surrounded on all sides by cultivable lands. When households are distributed over a large area and each cluster and So most of the villages in India are of compact nucleated type. Dispersed villages are found in the coastal area of Kerala in South India, in Vil settlements to the east and north of Gujarat, and in Kurg and in Western Europe, Western Mysore. M.N. Srinivas proposed that detailed studies of these two types of villages need to be carried out to see differences in their respective organizational patterns. For example, M.N. Srinivas notes that in nucleated village, the responsibility of in defending the village from robbers and wild animals falls on all the inhabitants. In dispersed villages, each farm has to protect itself against the enemies. The keen group owning the farm must have enough people to defend itself when the need arises. It is quite likely that houses in dispersed villages are built. Houses in dispersed villages, they have uh, yes, the keen group in dispersed villages, each farm has to protect itself from the enemies. The keen group owning the farm must have enough people to defend itself when the need arises. It is quite likely that houses in dispersed villages are built with an eye to defense. One may hypothesize that dispersed villages are associated with large kinship groups and martial traditions. Then, important rural studies that is conducted in India that you need to know and understand. The year of 1955, the year 1955 is of tremendous significance for the village studies in India. For the first time in that year, four books and several papers on the Indian villages were published. The four books were S.C. Dubey's Indian Village, D.N. Majumdar's Rural Profiles, Mackie Marriott's Village India, M.N. Srinivas, India's Villages. In the same year, a conference on the state of Indian society was held in Madras under the chairmanship of Iravati Karve, in which Robert Redfield also participated. In this conference, village studies and their scope were discussed also. The proceedings of this conference were disseminated in the form of a book titled Society in India. The late 1950s produced certain monographs on village, and they are still regarded as a crucial. They're still regarded as of crucial importance. They were G.M. Carstier's Twice Born, S.C. Dubey's India's Changing Villages, that is in 1958. D.N. Majumdar's Caste and Communication in an Indian Villages, 1958. F.G. Bailey's Caste and the Economic Frontier, 1957, and Oscar Lewis' Village Life in Northern India, 1958. Albert Mayer's book titled Pilot Project India, 1958, summarizes the main achievements of the Etawah project. In 1959, came A.R. Desai's edited volume titled An Introduction to Rural Sociology in India. Then Adrian Mayer's work, Caste and Kinship in Central India, 1960, was the first book-length study of kin relations in an Indian villages. Then Andre Bethe's Caste, Class and Power, 1964, was a study of the changing dimension of rural stratification. A general description of the village in Rajasthan was provided by B.R. Chauhan in 1967. That is the book titled A Rajasthan Village. Since then, there have been a number of monographs on villages. Among the recent books, one may look at Gloria Goodwin's Raheja's The Poison in the Gift, which is an examination of the nature of caste system in the village of Saharanpur. For student of rural history, A.M. Saha exploring India's rural past, that is in 2002, will be of tremendous value. One of the most recent anthropologist on rural society in India is Bandana Madan's The Village in India. Then, so here we intend to introduce the basic features of rural society that we have discussed. Rural society in relation to other kinds of society, such as different kinds of tribal societies and different kinds of urban societies. Their relationship has been analyzed. Here we have analyzed the relationship in terms of the concepts of folk, urban societies, little tradition, and great tradition. It has also been shown that the rural folk and urban societies are characterized by significant differences of attitudes and values. However, while using this differentiation, we have also discussed that villages in India are of many different types. A major distinction is made between nucleated and dispersed settlements. We have also discussed the useful idea of a continuum where we conceptualize one of its ends consisting of rural societies and the other of urban societies. These two types of society have always been interacting. So, an Indian village was never a self-sufficient unit, as many of British colonial officers that tended to believe. It was always dependent upon the outside world, other villages and cities for various reasons, for various things. As a result, the rural society was always observing various types of changes that were being introduced in its farm outside. Though with the passage of time, the rural population in India has reduced, yet 72% of people live in village. So then we have also made a discussion that some of the important rural studies that were conducted in India. So now we'll highlight some of the key words that that you need to understand and know. Rural society. What is rural society? If questions comes that what is rural society, so this is a term used for a small society which comprises only of a few hundred households who mostly produce their own food, and here agriculture is the mainstay in their life. In this society, the number of people engaged in non-agricultural pursuits is very small, but these members also practice agriculture. Then, tribal society. This term is used for a small society, smaller than the typical agricultural based society. It is largely isolated from other societies and the center of civilization. The tribal communities practice a large number of economic pursuits, ranging from hunting and food gathering to settled agriculture. There are many villages in India where tribes and non-tribal people live together. So that is tribal society. Then what is urban society? Urban society, this term is used interchangeably with two terms, that is towns and cities, characterized by a much larger area and population. An urban society grows faster because of the migration of people from village to cities. An urban society, whether pre-industrial or industrial, is basically a non-agrarian society. It is heterogeneous, it is complex, it is a future-oriented society. Then, what is the meaning of great tradition? It is the tradition of the intellectual class that is called literate who lives in India, who lives in cities. Then little tradition, it is the tradition of the unlettered people in villages and cities. Then we have also discussed universalization. So what is that universalization? The process by which cultural traits from the little tradition get carried forward, reflected upon, and systematized to become a part of the great tradition, that is called universalization. Then parochialization. What is that parochialization? The process by which cultural traits from the great tradition get carried downward to the village, where they become a part of the little tradition, is called parochialization. Then what is French villages? These are these are the villages. They are found at the meeting points of typical rural and urban areas. They depict the characteristics of the both type of social organization. Then in India, now we'll discuss the rural sociology in Indian context. In India, the rise of rural sociology was in part due to the country's gaining of their independence in 1947. The government needed rural sociology to aid in its understanding of the problems of extreme poverty of the people. Yes. So the government needed rural sociology to aid in its understanding of the problems of extreme poverty of the people, our population, and general underdevelopment of the economy. Studies focused on the changing nature of the role of towns, rural urban actions since independence, rural change, and what might be driving it, demographic reasons, demographic research, rural development, and rural economies. In 1953, here Desai, now we have discussed it just now, here Desai published the first edition of Rural Sociology in India. The foreword of the book underlines the importance of understanding each aspect of society so that the Indian government could create a uniform line of action for building a better social value. Due to the popularity of Desai's work and the expansion of the study of rural sociology in India, second and third edition of Rural Sociology in India were published in 1959 and 1961 to better represent a new study, Foki and methodologies in this emerging field. Other popular researchers during the mid 20th century include S.C. Dubey, M.N. Srinivas, and D.N. Majumdar. In India, rural sociological research and policies continued to be connected into the 21st century. Then, okay, rural sociology, that is particularly a field of sociology that is traditionally associated with the study of rural social structure and conflict in rural areas. It is an active academic field. Rural sociology, it's an active academic field in much of the world. It is originated in the United States in the 1910 with close ties to the National Development of Agriculture and Land Grant University College of Agriculture. While the issue of natural resources while the issue of natural resources access transcends traditional rural spatial boundaries, the sociology of food, the sociology of food and agriculture is one that focus of rural sociology, and much of the field is dedicated to the economics of farm production. Other areas of study include rural migration and other demographic patterns, environmental sociology, amenity-led development, public land policies, so-called boomtowns, development, social disruption, the sociology of natural resources, that is including forest, mining, fishing, and other areas, rural cultures and identities, rural healthcare and education policies. Many rural sociologists work in the areas of development studies, community development, and environmental studies. Much of the research involves basically the developing countries or the, we can say, the third world. Then history of rural sociology. So, as I told, that rural sociology was a concept first brought by Americans in response to the large amount of people living and working on the grounds of the farms. Rural sociology was the first and for a time the largest branch of American sociology. Histories of the field were popular in the 1950s and 1960s. Then, history of European rural sociology. Though Europe included more agricultural land than the United States at the turn of the 20th century, European rural sociology did not develop as an academic field until after World War II. This is partially explained by the highly philosophical nature of the pre-war European sociology. The field's focus on broad-scale generalizations largely erased rural-urban differences. European sociology in the early 1900s was also almost entirely soiled with European academia, with little cross-Atlantic pollination. Practical applications and research methods employed by land-grant colleges, the country life commissions, and early American rural sociologists like W.B. Du Bois were also well beyond the strictly academic sphere in which European sociologists resided. The concerns of rural people, farmers, and agriculture were simply outside the attention and most European sociologists at that time. So post-war, European academic institutions began to understand that there was something useful in the activities of those queer people who called themselves rural sociologists. Stronger relationship between American and European sociologists developed in the late 1940s, which was reflected in the Marshall Plan of 1948. The plan formalized the United States as a source of information and economic guidance for post-war Europe and allocated the equivalent of 100 in 2023 dollars to help Europe rebuild, especially its food system and machinery needed to expand agricultural production. With this aid came an infusion of empirical rural research designed to promote rural growth and agricultural success. Then the United States influence was reflected in pedagogical changes to include rural sociological methods pioneered by American rural sociologists, particularly statistics. Education met increased government demand for sociological expertise brought by European reconstruction and growing understanding of the importance of sociological understanding to policy making. While the mid 20th century saw rural sociological research in most European nations driven by government need, rural sociology as an academic discipline was rare in general universities. This was due in part to lack of university agricultural program, but okay. Am I okay? When rural sociology classes did exist, an emerging divergence from the American model presented itself in Europeans' treatment of culture as an independent variables in rural sociological research. W.F. Hofstede, by all accounts, the grandfather of European rural sociology, observed why culture was of particular importance in. So for today, so now it is 11 o'clock. So we'll continue our discussion in the next class. So for today, we conclude our class here. So thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, teacher.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
എന്താണ് ആഷിക്ക്?
ഉറക്കന്നടാ. ആരായി എന്റെ കൂടെ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ
ആഷിക്കാണ് കേട്ടോ ക്ലാസ് റപ്പ്.
പറയുന്നത് കേൾക്കുക. ആരായി പാട്ടിന്? ആരോടെ?
ഏതൊരു മയമ്മ.
മതി. അല്ല കലാമൊന്നും കയറിയിട്ടില്ല അപ്പൊ ഇതില്.
സാറന്മാരൊക്കെ പോയാ?
സാറുമാരൊക്കെ പോയിരുന്നു.
എടാ നമ്മള് പരപ്പനങ്ങാടിയാണ് പഠിക്കണത്. ലാഷിക്കെ
Hello, brother. Is there anyone who belongs from New Delhi?
ന്യൂഡൽഹിക്കൊന്നും ഇപ്പൊ വരില്ല മാധവേ, ഇങ്ങോട്ട് പോയി.
ഇല്ല.
മഹാദേവ്, ഹായ് ബ്രോ.
Hello, bro.
Where are you from?
I'm from New Delhi.
Hey,
Where are you from?
wow. കേരള.
കൊടിഞ്ഞി
ഏത് കൊടിഞ്ഞി? ഇതിന്ന് ബാക്കി ഇരുന്നൂടെ?
മഹാദേവ്, ചായ കുടിച്ചോ?
ആത്തിഫൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടല്ല.
Bro, I can understand English, Hindi, Bengali, Punjabi, not Kerala or South Indian language. I am unable to understand you. Could you please explain in Hindi or English?
Where are you placed?
കേട്ടോ, ന്യൂഡൽഹി എന്താണ്?
I told it earlier, brother. I am from New Delhi.
ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാമിലുണ്ടോ?
I have Instagram.
ഹലോ. സാറുമാരൊന്നും ഇല്ലേ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ?
ഓഫീസിൽ പോയി വിളിച്ചോണ്ട് ക്ലാസ് റപ്പ്.
അതാരാ?
ഏതാണീ മയമ മൈക്കേലൊക്കെ എക്കോട്ട് പറയണേ? അതാ
Brother, hello. Hello.
പരപ്പനടിക്കുക.
Brother, is there anyone who noted sir speech?
You tell me Hindi.
ഓനെ നിങ്ങളോട് എല്ലാവരോടും ഹിന്ദിയിലോ ഇംഗ്ലീഷിലോ സംസാരിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവണില്ല.
മനസ്സിലാവുന്നു.
ഹലോ, നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ
എക്കടിച്ചിട്ട് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ഇതും ഉണ്ട്. ക്ലാസ്
നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ പരീക്ഷ സെന്റർ എവിടെ?
മഹായി
നമ്മളത് ഇടുക്കി.
എവിടെയാണ്? ഡാമിന്റെ അല്ലേ?
മാഹി. ഹലോ
ഹലോ
നിങ്ങൾ എക്സാം സെന്റർ എവിടെയാണ്?
മാഹിലേ.
മാഹി.
എടാ ഈ മനസ്സിലാ പഠിക്കണേ?
പരീക്ഷ ഫീസ് കിടക്കാനായോ?
എക്സാം ഫീസ് ഒക്കെ എന്നാ അടിച്ചിരുന്നേ?
എല്ലാരും നല്ല രീതിയിൽ പഠിക്കുക. ഇൻഷാ അല്ലാഹ് അലല്ലാഹ്.
നിങ്ങള് വലിയ
എക്സാമിന് ഡേറ്റിന്റെ വിഷയങ്ങളൊക്കെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ആയിട്ടുണ്ടോ? നിങ്ങളൊന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ.
എക്സാം ഇന്ന് നാളെയും മറ്റന്നാളും.
ഒന്ന് വിട്ടുകളിയാ.
അത് DD നോക്കുന്നുണ്ട് കേട്ടോ.
അതിന് മലയാളം മനസ്സിലാവൂല.
എന്താ നിങ്ങള് മിണ്ടാതിരിക്കുന്നേ? ഒരു പാട്ടൊക്കെ ഇട്ടാണേ.
അത് മറ്റേ ദീത്ത മാരിയാവും, ആവേശത്തെ മാരിയാവും. ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ വിളിക്കാണ്ട് വരക്കാതെ വിളിച്ചു തരുന്ന മാരിയാവും.
ഹലോ
റാസി എല്ലാ പാട്ടോ. റാസി ഒരു പാട്ട് അടിപൊളിട്ടാ. റാസി പോയി.
മഹാദേവ് പോയാ? ഹായ് മഹാദേവ്.
ഹായ് റാസി.
മഹാദേവ് ആരടാ?
ഹലോ, ഇതിന്റെ വാട്സപ്പ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ നിങ്ങളടുത്ത്?
ഉണ്ടാവുന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞതേനല്ലോ.
അങ്ങനെ നമുക്കൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാക്കിയാലോ? സെറ്റ് മൂഡാക്കി എടുക്കാം നമുക്ക്.
വേണ്ട.
അല്ല പോട്ടിച്ചേരി അതന്നെ ചോദിക്കണേ. ഹലോ, ഞമ്മക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും കൂടി ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയാലോ?
നിങ്ങള് എക്സാമിന്റെ ഡേറ്റ് വന്നോ? പറഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ലല്ലോ ഒരു പൊട്ട. നിങ്ങൾ എന്തേലൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് പറയ്, നല്ലൊരു ഇതാവുള്ളൂ നമുക്ക്.
ചായ കുടിച്ചോ?
കുടിച്ചു.
കുടിച്ചത് അങ്ങോട്ട് തുപ്പിയാളെ.
തുപ്പിയാ?
തുപ്പിയില്ല.
തുപ്പിട്ട് പിന്നെ
തൊള്ളർക്ക് തുപ്പി തരാ.
എന്താ ഇതെന്ത് ക്ലാസ് ആണ്? എനിക്ക് എന്താ മനസ്സിലായ റാസിയ?
എനിക്ക് ഒരാള് പറഞ്ഞരി എനി ഡൗട്ട് അത് മനസ്സിലായി.
എനിക്ക് കൊറേ ഓക്കെ മനസ്സിലായി. സൗണ്ടോ
അപ്പൊ പൊളിയാണ്.
ആരാ അവിടെ പൊളിച്ചണേ?
ആർക്കോ? നബീൽ, താനൂര് നബീൽ.
കഴിഞ്ഞ അന്നത്തെ കഴിഞ്ഞ നാളെ
അങ്ങനെ
ഇപ്പൊ ഇന്റർവെല്ലാണ്. ചോറുന്നുള്ള ബെല്ലാണ്. പോയി ചോറുന്നോളി.
സാറില്ല ടൈമിൽ നമുക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തതിലും ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാം. നമുക്ക് റൂറൽ സൊസൈറ്റിനെ എടുക്കാം. അങ്ങനെ ആകുമ്പോ നമുക്ക് നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാമല്ലോ.
നല്ലൊരിതാണത്. നല്ലൊരിത്.
നിങ്ങളുടെ അഭിപ്രായങ്ങളൊക്കെ പറയട്ടെ, നമുക്ക് ക്ലാസ് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ.
പറയടാ മച്ചാ, കാസി പറയും.
എന്താ ഹൈദരാബാദിൽ എങ്ങനെ ചൂടുണ്ടോ?
എന്നാ പിന്നെ നമുക്ക് ഫസ്റ്റ് ചാപ്റ്റർ
മഴയാണ്, പെരുമഴ.
ഒന്ന് പോയിക്ക അവിടുന്ന്.
ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടോ ഇതിന്റെ?
ഇല്ലടാ, ഞങ്ങളെ ക്ലാസ് ഗ്രൂപ്പുള്ളൂ.
ഇതിലമ്മ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ മാത്രല്ല ഇപ്പൊ
നമ്മളെ ക്ലാസ് പോലെ നിലവില് എല്ലാവരും കുറയുന്നുണ്ട്. ന്യൂ ഡൽഹിയിലല്ലേ ഉണ്ട്.
റെഗുലർ ആയിട്ട്
ആടാ
മഹാദേവ് ഹായ് ബ്രോ.
ഹായ്.
ഗ്രൂപ്പ് വല്ലതും ഉണ്ടാടേ?
ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ചെയ്യടാ. ഇവനെന്താ ഇങ്ങനെ?
ആദിത്യ അമ്മോ.
റാസിയ
30 രൂപ.
റാസിയ
ആ
ഒരുത്തിന്റെ ക്ലാസ് കേൾക്കാനാണ് ദീ കയറിയാണ്
ചെയ്യണോ?
തത്തമ്മ പൂ
തത്തമ്മ ചത്തിട്ട് 5 വർഷം.
മുഹമ്മദ് എവിടെയും വർക്ക് ചെയ്യണോ?
കോയന്റെ അടിയില്.
എന്താണ്
ആഷിക്ക് ടീ വായിക്കണ്ട.
ആഷിക്ക് മുഹമ്മദ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യണോ?
ഞാൻ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്.
എന്താണ് വർക്ക് മുത്തുവേ?
എന്തെങ്കിലും ജോലി ചെയ്യുകയാണോ? അതെ.
ഓട്ടോമൊബൈൽ. ഓട്ടോമൊബൈൽ.
ഓക്കെ.
റാസി അക്കൗണ്ടന്റ് കോയ സൂപ്പർ മാർക്കറ്റിൽ.
ശരി ശരി ശരി. ഓക്കെ.
നബീഷ് മുഹമ്മദ്. നബീഷോടെ സ്ഥലം?
എന്താ? തിരുവനന്തപുരം.
ഓ നൈസ്.
നിങ്ങൾ അടുത്താണോ? മുഹമ്മദ് ആഷിഖും എവിടെയാണ് സ്ഥലം?
ക്ലാസ്മേറ്റ് ആണ്.
ബാക്ക് ബെഞ്ചേഴ്സ്.
ഞങ്ങളെ ഗ്യാങ്ങിൽ എടുത്ത് വരാൻ.
ഹലോ മക്കളെ, എന്താ സുഖല്ലേ?
സ്കൂൾ തൊട്ടുള്ള ക്ലാസ്മേറ്റാ?
ഹലോ
സ്കൂൾ തൊട്ടുള്ള ക്ലാസ്മേറ്റാ?
ഞങ്ങൾ കോളേജ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആണ് ഇപ്പോ. സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ക്ലാസ് ഉണ്ട്.
വാട്സപ്പ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് കൊടുക്കണ്ടോ?
ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും ആഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നേ? ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ആഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നേ?
ഈ കാടപ്പെടിലൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
കാടപ്പടില്ല ആരല്ലേ?
എങ്ങനെ ക്ലിയർ
ആ ഏരിയ ലഭ്യമാക്കാൻ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
ആരാണ് കാടപ്പടിയുള്ളത്?
ജനല്ല
എക്സാം ഫീ അടക്കാനായിട്ടില്ലല്ലോ.
എക്സാം രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ ചെയ്തോ?
സാറെ കാണില്ല. എന്നിട്ടോ
ബാക്കി കാര്യങ്ങൾ
ഞാൻ നിങ്ങടെ അല്ലല്ല, ഞാൻ നാളെ അതൊക്കെ മലപ്പുറം.
ഇടുക്കി ഹൈദരാബാദോ?
ഞാൻ ഖത്തർ.
എടാ മണ്ട എനിക്കെന്നെ മനസ്സിലായില്ല. വെരുള്ളൂർ SQBയിലല്ലേടാ അത് പഠിച്ചേ?
എവിടെ?
വെരുള്ളൂർ SQB സയൻസ്.
ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞല്ലേ?
ഹലോ,
ഹലോ,
എക്സാം ഡേറ്റ് വന്നിക്കണോ?
എന്തേ?
ഇതുവരെ നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ വന്നിട്ടില്ല.
ആർക്കാണ് ഈ എക്സാമിന്റെ ഡേറ്റ് അറിയിച്ചത്?
ആരെങ്കിലും ഒരു വാട്സപ്പ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയാണ്ട് ലിങ്ക് തീക്കിടേ, നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും കൂടി ഒന്നാവാം.
എടാ എക്സാം ഡേറ്റ് എന്നാടാ?
എന്റെ
നാളെ.
നമ്പർ ഇതിൽ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഇതില് മെസ്സേജ് ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്.
എക്സാം ടൈം
ഗ്രൂപ്പ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ എന്നെ കൂടെ
ഫീസ് ഒന്നും എടുക്കണ്ടേ?
ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയാ പോതിന്
ഞാൻ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി.
രാജ ഉണ്ടാക്കൂ. രാജ അതിനൊക്കെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി.
ഓക്കെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് സെറ്റ്.
രാജ ഉണ്ടാക്കി.
അത് തന്നെ.
ഓൺലി ബോയ്. ഗ്രൂപ്പിന്റെ പേര് മാറ്റി. ഹലോ റാസിയ, പിന്നെ ഹലോ
ആദ്യം ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാനില്ല. ഇല്ല.
ഹലോ
ഹലോ ബ്രോ, അതെയാ
അത് കുട്ടനായിട്ട് വരാൻ പോയി. അത് കൂട്ടിണ്ട്.
അതെനിക്കറിയല്ലോ, ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരുമിച്ചല്ലേ പഠിക്കുന്നത്. റാസിനെ എനിക്കറിയില്ല. റാസി പൊള്ളാണ്.
Okay. ഹിന്ദിക്കാരൊക്കെ
ഡൽഹിക്കാരന് പോയി. സുബലക്ഷ്മി
ചാടിക്കാൻ പോയതാ.
രാഹുൽ സാബിത്
കയറ്റണ ഗ്രൂപ്പിക്ക്
സാറിനെ
കേറണോ?
എടാ ഈ ജിടെക് പ്രോ ഉള്ളല്ലോ.
ഞാൻ മലപ്പുറം
ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെ കാടപ്പടിയൊക്കെ അറിയോ?
കാടപ്പടി
അങ്ങനെ
ഇവിടെ പോയിക്കണേ
പോയത്
എന്റെ പേരുടെ കാടപ്പടിയല്ലേ?
മൊത്തം വിശ്വാസി ആയപ്പോ
അതൊരു പാട്ട് പാടോ? പോരാ, പിച്ച് പോരാ.
പാട്ട് കേൾക്കാനുള്ളതാണ്. ഹലോ
മറ്റേടെ
അതെ ആർക്കടാ ആരും അഡ്മിൻ ആക്കൂല കേട്ടോ. ലിങ്കാണ് ഷെയർ ചെയ്തത്.
ആരാണ് അവിടെ അഡ്മിൻ ആക്കേണ്ടതല്ലോ?
ആക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞ
ആക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല, ആക്കൂല. പായസ എന്താ 150 പേജോ?
ആരാണത്?
എടാ അത് റൂറൽ സൊസൈറ്റി മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ.
അതുപോലെ മതി.
പൈസ
ബുക്ക്
ഇപ്പൊ തന്നെ കോപ്പി റൈറ്റ് ആയിപ്പോ.
നമുക്കിത് നോട്ട്സ് കിട്ടില്ല. നോട്ട്സ് കിട്ടില്ല.
ഇപ്പൊ എത്ര ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട് അറിയോ?
28 ആള്.
28 ആളല്ല,
ഇതില് പോയിന്റ്സ് മാത്രമേ കിട്ടൂലേ?
28 ആളോ?
28 ആളോ? ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ ആളായില്ലല്ലോ.
എല്ലാരും കേറൂല. ഇതില് ഗേൾസ് ഉണ്ട്, ഗേൾസ് ഒന്നും കേറൂല. നമുക്ക് പോയിസ് കയറിയാ.
നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മാത്രം എന്താ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ അഡ്മിൻ ആവണം എന്നുള്ളൊരിത്? നമ്മളെല്ലാരും ഇവിടെ കേറാമല്ലോ.
ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി ഞങ്ങളാണ് തീരുമാനിച്ചോ.
എനിക്ക് ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ അഡ്മിൻ വേറെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടായിപ്പോ.
നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ 17 ആൾക്കാരെ അവിടെ ആഡ് ചെയ്യാണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ മാത്രം ഇവിടെ അഡ്മിൻ ആവണം എന്നുള്ള വാശി പിടിച്ചത് എങ്ങനെ? എല്ലാരും ഇവിടെ അഡ്മിൻ ആവണ്ടേ?
നമ്പർ വിട്ടല്ലോ, ആഡ് ചെയ്യല്ലോ.
നമ്പർ അപ്പൊ അതിനെയാളെ നമ്പർ ഇവിടെ അയച്ചു തരാറ് നമ്മുടെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടല്ലേ?
പറ്റില്ലെങ്കിൽ
ലിങ്ക് അതിനുള്ളതാണ്. ലിങ്ക് പറഞ്ഞ സാധനം വെറുതെ ഇട്ടതല്ല. ആ ലിങ്ക് ഒന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്താ. ആ ലിങ്ക് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന പരിപാടി ഇവട്ടാ. അതിന് വേറെ പുറത്തുനിന്ന് ആയി കയറും. ഗ്രൂപ്പിലെങ്ങാനും അലമ്പായാൽ അപ്പൊ ബാക്കി കേൾക്കും. സീനേക്കാരം റാസിയ എടാ ഇന്റെ നമ്പർ ഗ്രൂപ്പില് ഈ മറ്റേ നമ്പറടാ. ഞാൻ എനിക്കിപ്പോ മെസ്സേജ് അയച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കണ നമ്പർ നമ്പർ ഏടാക്കി ആർക്കും ഇനി എന്തേ പറയണ്ട. മുഹമ്മദിനാണ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് അഡ്മിന് വേണ്ടിട്ട്.
എക്സാമിന്റെ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടല്ലോ.
ഇല്ല വന്നില്ല.
ക്ലാസ്സുണ്ടാവോ?
ക്ലാസ്സില്ല പോവാ.
ഡയറക്ടറൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട് കാണുന്നില്ല. ക്യാമറ
तमिल भैया उनका एग्जाम डेट फिक्स्ड
എന്താ എഴുതിട്ട് പാസ്സാവോ? എക്സാം
പോയോ?
अरे
ആരെ മഹമ്മദിന് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് അഡ്മിനാവണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ചൂടായി ഇനി ഒരു ചെക്കൻ. ആരെ
ഒറ്റക്ക് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പോയിക്കണേ.
കണ്ടാലൊക്കെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് കയറ്റുക.
ആരെ ചൂടാണ് ഗ്രൂപ്പില്.
രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ ഒക്കെ കൊടുക്കടാ.
ഡേറ്റ് വന്നാൽ അഡ്മിൻസ് ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ അറിയിക്കുന്നതാണ്.
അത് ഞാനിതാ
ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ കാണുന്ന ഏതൊരു കുട്ടിക്കും സമ്മതമില്ലാതെ മെസ്സേജ് അയക്കരുത്.
ബട്ടർഫ്ലൈ
Wow, nice song.
ആഹാ അന്തസ്.
എക്സാം ഫീ അടക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ? ഈ പ്രാവശ്യം എക്സാം എഴുതാൻ പറ്റൂല.
ഹലോ സാർ, ക്ലാസ് ആണ് കൂടോ?
ഇന്റെ ചാർജ് ഇല്ല. എടാ മഹമ്മദ് പോയിട്ടോ, മഹമ്മദിനാകെ വിഷമായി ഉണ്ടാവൂടാ. മുഹമ്മദ് റഷീദ് അല്ലേ? ശരിയോനെ.
Baby. Hello, my dear friends. I am starting to class. Hello, students. എല്ലാരും പോയി ചത്തു.
ഞാനും പോവാണ് ആഷിക്കെ, ചാർജ് ഇല്ല. കടയിൽ പോണം. ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴാണ് പിന്നെ ഇജ്ജ് വിളിച്ചേ, മെസ്സേജ് അയച്ചേ. ഇങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ കയറി നോക്കിയേ. അങ്ങനെ ആദ്യത്തെ 2-3 മിനിറ്റ് കയറാൻ കഴിയില്ല, പിന്നെ ഞാൻ റെഡി ആയത്.
ഞാനാണ് എനിക്ക് ഉറക്കം 2 നീക്കും, അതേനെ കൊണ്ടു പോയി.
ഇന്ന് പോയില്ല കടയ്ക്ക്?
ഞാൻ കടയിൽ പോയില്ല.
എന്ത്?
ഒന്നുമില്ല.
ഞാൻ
ആഴ്ചത്തെ പൈസ
തിരക്കുള്ള ദിവസാ പോവാൻ നിക്കുമ്പോളാ.
അന്നോട് വരാം, അന്നോട് മുജീബ് വരാൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ല ഇന്നലെ. അങ്ങോട്ട്
ഞാൻ പിന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു ഞാൻ കടയിൽ പോവാനായിരുന്നു. അല്ല ഞാൻ എന്താട്ടാ.
എന്തേ? അല്ല ഇക്ക് കട ലീവാക്കൂലല്ലോ, ഇക്ക് പൈസ ഉണ്ടാക്കല്ലേ.
എടാ നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു ദിവസം രാവിലെ ഒക്കെ വരും. നിങ്ങൾ ഈ വൈകുന്നേരം വന്നിട്ട് എന്ത്?
എനിക്ക് കട പോണ്ടേ രാവിലെ?
അവിടെ നിന്നോളി.
ഒരു ദിവസം ലീവ് കിട്ടും.
ഇങ്ങോട്ട് പോരണ ഇവിടെ വന്ന ഫുഡ് റൂമൊക്കെ ഫ്രീ. ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വരുന്നോ?
ചൂടാ.
എവിടെ?
എന്റെ അവിടെ മഴയല്ലേ?
ആ ചെങ്ങ ഇവിടെ ഒരാഴ്ച നിക്കാതെ മഴ, രാത്രി കോടയാണ്, മൊത്തം സീനാ. കോപ്പിലാ കിട്ടാൻ.
ഞാൻ മുജീബിനെ വിളിച്ചേനി, റാസിയ ഓന് വർക്കിലാണ്.
കിടക്കാൻ ഡേറ്റ് എന്ന് അറിയാമോ?
ओ क्या बोलेगा न्यू दिल्ली नंबर ആണ് മഹാദേവ്
കോളേജിൽ സാർമാർ കൊണ്ടുപോയി നേരെ നമ്മൾ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റും കാര്യങ്ങളും കൊടുത്തു ക്യാഷ് കൊടുത്തു ആദ്യത്തെ കോളേജ് കൊടുത്തു
അയ്യോ മാധവന്
രാജേഷ് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് പോരുന്നാ
ഓടാ ഞാൻ ഇപ്പൊ കോയമാട്ടില് വലങ്കയ്യ
അന്റെ കോയമാന്റെ അണ്ടിയായി ഒരു മാങ്ങ അതായത് പൊളിച്ചിട്ട് തൊള്ളിയിലെത്തിരിക്ക മാങ്ങ ഇന്റെ 100 റുപ്യ വയ്ക്കണേ കോയമോനെ തല്ലും ഞാന് കോയമോൻ മാസ്റ്റർ ഒരു കഥ
നമ്മളെ പരപ്പനങ്ങാടി കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് കോളേജ്
കോളേജിൽ പോകുന്നോട് ആരെങ്കിലും മയമനെ പരപ്പനാടി പോലുണ്ടാ
അതാ പരപ്പനാട് നേരെ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ട്രെയിൻ ആയിരിക്കോ ഇവിടെ ഫുള്ള് സെറ്റ് എന്റെ ചെലവ് മൊത്തം ഞാൻ എടുക്കാം
ഞാൻ പോയി കടയിൽ പോട്ടെ സാറിന് വരില്ല വരും കുറച്ച് കഴിയും
ഞാനും പോട്ടെ കിടന്നുറങ്ങണം നല്ല ഉറക്കുന്നുണ്ട് ക്ലാസ്സിലെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് നോക്കി കണ്ടിട്ടാ
ഐഡിയ ഇല്ല 4500 6500 അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒന്നാണ് കൊടുത്തത് അവിടെ റെസിപ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്
ആഷിഖ് സ്പെഷ്യൽ വെക്കാം
എന്ത്
സ്പെഷ്യൽ വെച്ചാൽ മതി
കേൾക്കണിയായി
ഇപ്പൊ കേട്ടോ എടാ റിഫേ
റിഫന്റെ വാപ്പന്ന് കാണാലോ അതന്നെ റിൻഷാദും റാഷിദും കൂടിയോ റാഷിദും കൂടിയൊക്കെ ഒന്നിലേക്കാരെ കേക്കണേ
ഒരു ഹായ് പറയടോ നമ്മളെ നസീം ബന്ധനെ ഞാനോ ലുലു
ലുലു ആരാ
എടാ
എന്താണത്
ക്ലാസ്
ഇങ്ങനെ
കഴിഞ്ഞാ ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞാ
ആ ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞ് നാളെ പോരെ
ചോറ്
അപ്പൊ 2 മണി വരെ ഉണ്ട് പറഞ്ഞതോ
അത് ഇനി 12 മണിക്ക് ചോറ് നല്ല ടൈമാണ്
റിഫ മണ്ടി
ഞാൻ പോട്ടാ ശരി
അപ്പൊ ബൈ ബൈ
ഏയ് ക്ലാസ് തുടങ്ങിയോ? ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞോ സാറേ? ഇതെന്താ ആരും ഉണ്ടാത്തേ? പിന്നാശ് മുഹമ്മദ്
പറയടാ. ആ മറ്റേ കോട്ടിട്ട് എങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ട് കൊറേ നേരമായി ആരും ഉണ്ടാക്കി ഇറങ്ങി പോണില്ല, ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞെന്ന് പറയണില്ല.
അതോ
സാറേ ക്ലാസ് വൈൻഡപ്പ് ആക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ പറയട്ടാ.
പോണം എല്ലാരും സാറും കയറിക്കോട്ടെ.
ആസിജ് എവിടെ?
ഞാനവിടെ പെരേല്.
ക്യാമറ ഓണാക്ക്.
വേണ്ട
ഓണാക്കടാ.
എന്താ
പരിപാടി? എന്റെ അടുത്ത് ബുക്കൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാ? റാസി അന്റെ ബുക്കൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്?
ഇല്ല.
എടാ എന്റെ ബുക്ക് അന്ന് എക്സാം കഴിഞ്ഞ് പോകുമ്പോ ഞാൻ ഓരോരുത്തരുടെ ബാഗിലൊക്കെ അടിച്ചു കൊടുത്ത് ആരെടുത്തൊന്നും അറിയില്ല. 2 നോട്ട് വരെ കണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ പിന്നെ ഒന്നും ഇല്ല പറഞ്ഞു.
തൂക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും കുറച്ച് കനണ്ടോ? കനണ്ടല്ലോ
ഇവിടെ. ഈ പറയണ ഓഡിയോ ക്ലിയർ ചെയ്യടാ. എന്താ പറഞ്ഞെന്ന് കേട്ടില്ല മാം.
കണ്ടോ? ഇത് കാണുന്നുണ്ടോ?
കാണണ്ട് പറയ്.
എന്താ കാണണേ?
അന്റെ സ്ക്രീന്.
മേ ശരി ഞാൻ പോവാടാ. ഇതാരാ? MHS ആണ്ടി
ഇപ്പൊ എന്തേ കാണണ്ടോ? ഓടറാ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഓടറാ.
ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ആക്കണ മേലെ
മേലത്തെ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ എടുക്കണ്ട. ഇതൊക്കെ ഏതൊക്കെയും ഗ്രൂപ്പുകളാ പോണ്.
ഇതിലല്ല പൊട്ടാ, മറ്റേ നമ്പറിലാണ്.
മറ്റേ നമ്പറിലല്ലേ? ഗൈസ് റാസിനെ കാണാത്തോലെ കണ്ടോളി. നീ കണ്ടില്ല വരണ്ട. റാസി
ഫുള്ള് വേക്കടി.
നീ അവിടെ ഇവിടെ തന്നെ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. ഗൈസ് റാസിന്റെ ഐഡി. കോളേജ് മോനെ കോളേജ് ടീം നടുവിലിരിക്കുന്ന ആരാടാ? കിങ് ലുക്ക് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
ആണോ? അതല്ലെന്നോ പുസ്തകമഞ്ഞയിൽ
ഇതിലൊക്കെ കുറെ
അവിടെ
അവിടെക്കട്ടെ. ഇതിന്റെ ആവശ്യമില്ല, നമുക്ക് മറ്റേ നീ ഹൈലൈറ്റ് കണ്ടാ മതി.
ഹലോ അറേ ആണല്ലോ കോയമാൻ
ഇതാണ് നമ്മളെ റെപ്പ്.
ആണ് ക്ലാഗേഴ്സ് ആഷിഖ്.
ഇതാണ് ഗൈസ്
ഇത് നമ്മളെ
രാജാവ്.
നാട്ടിലെ
ഇത് വേറെ. ഔ
ഓ, ഓ, ഓ. അമ്പാളി
ഔ
ആ വേണ്ട മോനെ ആൾക്കാർ പേടിച്ചു. ആ കുണ്ടനും കുട്ടി അശ്വിനോടെ
അശ്വിനോടെ അത് അടിച്ച് കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ടാവും. അത് എവിടക്കേ പോയി അടിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇതെന്റെ ചങ്ക്. ഓ
അബൂബേലി
റാസി.
കൊല്ലപ്പേര് കാക്കട്ടെ ഇത് ഞാനല്ലേ.
അതാണ് പൊന്നപ്പന്.
Hello, students.
അതോ ആരോ ആരോ അറിയണ്ട്. ഇന്ന് ബാക്ക് ആവണിക്കടാ.
Please, please mute yourself and sit peacefully.
കേറിയില്ല മിസ് ടീച്ചർ.
Don't create any disturbance and please mute yourself and sit peacefully.
ഓക്കെ
As I'm
ഓക്കെ
taking
ഓക്കെ
the class.
ഓക്കെ.
Hello, students. I'm Chinmay Mahal. I will be taking your portion of social problems in India.
സോഷ്യൽ
So,
പ്രോബ്ലം
yeah, what?
ചാപ്റ്റർ നെയിം
What is your query?
ചാപ്റ്റർ നെയിം മിസ്
Chapter? What chapter?
ബുക്ക് നെയിം
The sociology of problem in India. I guess you people have the syllabus for your BA portion. So I will
ഓക്കെ
be
ഓക്കെ
starting the social problems in India.
ഓക്കെ ടീച്ചർ.
Yeah.
ബുക്ക് കാണില്ല. ഓക്കെ കിട്ടി.
So first we will be starting what is the meaning and definitions, or what is the concept of social problems. As we all know that social problems basically defined as a deviation from the social ideal which is remediable by group effort. The basically deviation, I guess you people know the meaning of deviation. Deviation is basically, in our society there are some kind of rules and regulations are there. In sociological term we say they say those rules, we call those rules and regulations as norms of our society. So basically there are if you people know that there are norms are basically the certain rules and regulations are there in our society. So accordingly those norms according to those norms our human beings basically perform their daily to daily activities. When these norms were deviated by those by the people of the society, then it will create certain kind of problems. For an example, you can say that in our society there are certain kind of norms, certain kind of rules and regulations are there, and these rules and regulations are made by some group efforts, like in our community you can say, or in our religion you can say. These norms and rules and regulations are basically formed by the society through a group effort. So basically the social problem basically happened when the deviation, when a person of the society deviate from all these norms, or not confirming these norms, rules and regulations, then the social problems basically arises. There are two elements we can say that which are important in this definition. That is, the social problem has been defined as a deviation from the social ideal remediable by group effort. There are two elements are there. The first one, a situation which is less than ideal, a situation which is less than ideal, that is, which is undesirable or abnormal. And the second one is one which is remediable by collective effort, though it is not easy to determine which situation is ideal and which is not. The basically the first one, that from these two elements, that is, the first one is the situation, a situation which is less than ideal, that is, which is undesirable or abnormal. Whenever a person is of activities which are undesirable, which are, or which are considered as abnormal for the society, those situations are less than ideal. That for an example, we can say in our Indian society, we say that the live-in relationships are basically not some the live-in relationships are not some kind of our ideal situations. Are there any queries? The live-in relationships are basically not the ideal situation in for our Indian society. So when
Excuse
a
me, please slow
yes,
the class. Teacher, please slow.
teach what?
Class, please slow.
I told you people that please mute yourself and ask for any queries. What are you saying basically?
Please, man, say it out loud. I cannot catch it.
My voice is low for you people.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can say in it out loud, then I will catch your voice. What are you saying?
Is it loud or is it slow?
Slow.
Okay. Okay. The first situation is any kind of situation which is not ideal for the society, or which is undesirable or abnormal
Now,
for
okay, ma'am.
okay, undesirable or abnormal for the society, that becomes a social problem. These kind of situations become a social problem in our society, so we consider them as a social problem. A problem is never be a problem to for a one person, because if you people have studied the Durkheim's suicide theory in your social problems in India, there is the syllabus. I think in the last second unit you are having the suicide theory of Durkheim. If you know about the Durkheim's suicide theory, he said that the suicide as a problem is not concerned to only one person. The suicide as a problem is concerned to the whole society. If a person is committing certain kind of it is committing some kind of suicide activities, then there is some kind of there is some kind of you can say regulatory power of the society which led to the suicide of that person. So according to Durkheim, any kind of social problem, or according to any kind of sociologist you take, all these problems which is concerned to never be concerned to only one person who is committing that kind of undesirable or abnormal activities in the society. Baki, it reflects as a social problem. That problems become the society's problem in our sociology when we define the social problem. Yes.
Okay. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. I have one
Yes.
question. I'm
Yeah.
not able to find what you're teaching in the book. Which can you please explain again which book and which chapter? Because I think I've taken the wrong book or.
I'm basically having this book of Ram Ahuja, Social Problems in India.
In that book. Okay, one minute.
So which book you are preferring?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, we got it. We got it, ma'am. We got it. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So basically, according to all the sociologists, you can say that any problem which is occurring in our society, basically not confined to any one person or confined to any particular person, it becomes a society's problem. That is how the first situation, the first element becomes that a situation which is less than ideal, and that is which is undesirable or abnormal in our to our society. So any kind of undesirable activities, abnormal activities is happened by any kind of certain individual, that becomes a social problem, that situation becomes a social problem. Then the second one is one which is remediable by collective effort, though it is not easy to determine which situation is ideal and which is not. So basically, in the second situation, it says that it is very difficult to say that which situation is ideal and which is not, because there are some kind of normal problems we can say. So we cannot judge any kind of situation that if this situation is ideal, so this situation should be followed, and this situation is not ideal, so this situation should be unfollowed by the people. So though it is difficult for a sociologist to determine which situation is ideal or which is not, but some of the remediable measures were given by the collective efforts. In the first one, I said that in the definition that in the society we are having some kind of norms and we are having some kind of rules and regulations in our society. So basically those rules and regulations are are formed through the group effort, through the collective effort. So the second situation is becomes one which is remediable by collective effort. That the second one is the social problems will not be happening when the collective, those remediable activities were.
Hello. Ma'am, please repeat.
Hello.
Please repeat ideal solution situations. Second element.
Yeah, I am saying that. Please
Please
unmute.
slowly and loudly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Please talk slowly and loudly.
Okay.
ID elements. Second element. Please repeat.
Okay. So mute yourself because the echoing of voices is happening in with my mic. So the second one is I am saying that the situation, which situation is ideal and which situation is not ideal, it is difficult. It is saying that, though it is difficult for a sociologist or for a human or for a society to define or to determine that which situation is ideal and which is not, but there are some kind of norms and regulations are there, the which are made by the collective effort of the society. So one have to follow those remediable measures, or you can say those remediable activities in their daily to daily life. For an example, the first example I was giving, that this live-in kind of relationships we are now seeing in our Indian society. The first when these you might have seen those kind of movies like Karthik Aryan's movies, I say Lukka Chuppi and all those things. In that society, you can say the live-in relationship is prohibited. Okay, so for them, the live-in relationship is a kind of situation which is not remediable by their societal collective effort. Okay, so in our other societies, you can say the Western societies, you can refer to the Western societies, or you can refer to some other metro areas of our India. In those societies, this live-in kind of relationship is kind of trendy right now. Okay, so for now the situation of live-in relationship is differ, like for some society it is not ideal, and for some society it is ideal. So it becomes difficult to determine that which kind of situation is ideal and which kind of situation is not ideal. So basically the what happens in whichever society you are there, whatever remediable measures or whatever remediable norms are there for your by given by your society, you have to follow those remediable measures, or you can say those remediable norms and regulations, which is again lead to some kind of social benefits, or you can say social well-being and all those things. So whenever these kind of situations, these deviations occur, that becomes a social problem for that particular society. Okay, in the second point I am just trying to say these things. Got the point? Okay. uh, okay. uh, Coming to the again coming to the defining of the term social problem, whenever we are saying the term social problem is basically applied only to that issue, which is only to that issue which social ethics and society with the promotion of the common good or the welfare of its member and considered as unfavorable. The term social problem is applied only to that issue when the unfavorable activities happened, like in the society or in the social ethics. There are some kind of ethics and we follow in our day-to-day life, for which was given by our society. So whenever these social ethics, or you can say whenever the welfare of the member of the society uh, is getting you can say, जब भी कभी तुम्हारा ये वेलबींग के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ता है, whenever you are conducting certain kind of activities, unfavorable activities, in that those issues will be in those issues we are terming those issues as the social problem. For an example, we can say, again I'm taking that one example, the live in relationship wala example. In our India, this the thinking was that if one people not in our India, we can say that in every society, if one people will committing some kind of crime, then that will lead some kind of other people to commit that same crime. Okay, so whenever the issues, the first issue, the first person, whenever he or she is committing to some kind of live-in relationship, that becomes a social problem, because that influence the other people to do that things, that influence certain kind of things. So that becomes the issue of the society, that becomes the issue. So these issues, these unfavorable activities, we termed as the social problems. So coming to the characteristics of the social problem, when we are saying the characteristics of social problems, there are certain characteristics of social problems. That first is, all social problems are deviations from the ideal situations. This for the things I am discussing from the first half of the class and till now, that is the every social problems are the deviations from the ideal situation. I told you in a second ago that someone was asking me that what is the ideal situation thing. So I told you that in a society there are certain kind of ideal situation. Every society have certain kind of ideal situations for themselves. So whenever these ideal situations is deviated, that becomes the social problem, that becomes the social problem for that society. So first one is, all social problems, the first characteristics of social problem is All social problems are the deviations from the ideal situations. Whenever the ideal situations of a society was deviated by some kind of person, by some kind of people, then that becomes the social problems. Then the second feature was, or you can say the second characteristic is, all social problems have some common basis of origin. Every social problems, whatever social problems we are noticing in our society, that have some common basis of origin. In the same way that I have told you in a second ago that uh, one thing, one crime that one person is committing, that again leading to, that again influencing some other people to commit that same crime. So whenever whatever social problem is happening in our society, that have certain kind of origin. Likewise, you can say the social problem, we can say the issue that the sati pratha was happening in our India, like back then in our British period or the pre-British period, that becomes an issue, that becomes a social problem for the society. Okay, that becomes a social problem of the society, and that have certain kind of origin, that have certain kind of common basis of origin, that leads to do these kind of sati pratha. You can see that the origins may be forming through those raja maharaja's wife, that you can see those movies like Padmavati. In that Padmavati, the Padmavati have to do those, the johar, johar or something, to remain herself as sati. So these crimes or these social problems have some common basis of origin. It have some kind of origin from which it started. Then the third feature is, all social problems are social in origin. The thing I have told you, that according to Durkheim, that whatever according to Durkheim, the in the theory of suicide, he said that the suicide is not a kind of a personal activity. The suicide, if a person is committing certain kind of suicidal activities, then there are some kind of then there are some kind of influence through the society that led that individual to commit the suicide. Okay, so the third one is that all social problems are social in origin. According to Durkheim, Durkheim was also saying the same thing, that the suicide is not an individual problem. The suicide is whoever are occurring committing some kind of suicidal activities, that is not the only problem of him or her. That becomes a social part, that becomes a social problems. That, for an example, you can say the farmers suicide. The farmers are committing suicide. Why they are committing the suicide? Because they are not getting some their needs, they are not getting their needs, they are not getting the benefits from the governments and all those things. Whenever any kind of flood or famine happens, they are not getting the benefits from they're not getting the benefits from the governments. So all those problems becomes social. So all social problems, the third feature is, all social problems are social in origin. Whenever that social problems started, that becomes the social, that becomes a social fact, or you can say that becomes a social problem, not an individual problem. Then the fourth point, fourth feature or the fourth characteristics is, all social problems are interconnected with each other. Whatever the social problems we are noticing in our daily to daily life, or whatever the social problems we are noticing in our society, they are interconnected with each other. They're interconnected with each other. We can say for an example, you can say the crime rate, or you can take that same farmers suicide. You can say the farmers suicide. The farmer suicide is a social problem. Then comes to the your you can say the unemployment as a social problem. Then comes to the poverty as a social problem. These all three are interconnected with each other. Farmers are committing suicide because they are not getting that much of beneficiaries for the government. Unemployment is happening because those farmers who are, you can say a factor that those farmers who are not getting the livelihood from the farming, they are migrating to the urban sectors. So they are getting so they are migrating to the urban sector, they become unemployed, and that again becomes a problem. Then comes to the poverty. So unemployment also leads to the poverty. The poverty rate in our India is rising because of the unemployment. Those people who have the postgraduate degree, those people who have the PhD degrees, graduation degrees, they are still unemployment. And if a person is unemployment, that means that they are the main rising situations of the poverty. So all the social problems, from a small social problems to a big social problem, all these social problems are interconnected with each other. Then comes to your uh, uh, then comes to your fifth characteristics of social problems. The fifth characteristics is saying all social problems are social in their results, that is they affect all sections of society. As I said in the previous lectures, like a second ago, I after a minute ago, that all those suicide is happening, that
Fifth one once more, please.
what.
Fifth characteristics once more, please.
Okay. All social problems are social in their results, that is they affect all sections of society. Okay. So whatever the social problems are there in our society, that is social in nature, in the third characteristics I told you. So whatever the social problems is happening in our society, those social problem results in not only the only one section of society. For an example, you can say the divorce rate in our India is rising right now, so that becomes a social problem for the Indian society. So now that social problem, the divorce as a social problem is not affecting one section of the society. You can say the sections of the society, that the social sections of the society, the social aspect of the society, the economic aspect of the society, or you can say the political aspect of the society, some other sections of societies are there. So divorce as a rate that is increasing right now, day by day in our Indian society, that not only affecting only one section of the society, that is also affecting the whole sections of the society, that it is affecting the social sections of the society, it is affecting the economic sections of the society, also the political sections of the society, and also several other aspects of the society. Okay, the divorce rate is increasing. So when the one person, the same thing I told you, that one person is committing divorce, so one person is committing crime, that will lead to some other person to do that same crime. So in that way, when someone is getting divorced, then that other person is also getting influenced. There are some kind of problems are there, for which they are getting divorced. So divorce is basically affecting the social section of the society, as well as the economic section of the society too. Because as a woman, if a woman is employed, then it is okay, he or she can nurture herself or her child. But if a woman is unemployed, then that becomes a problem, that becomes an economic problem for that woman. So we can see that there are several women who are unemployed, who are not having their own means of livelihood. If a woman is getting divorced, so that becomes a social that affects the social section of the society. So if that woman is unemployed too, that is also that social problem, that divorce as a social problem is also affecting the economic section of the society. Likewise, one woman is not employed. Likewise, the 50% among the 50% of women of the Indian society, there will like another 25% of the women are not employed. So when these women, this 25% of the women becomes unemployment, so that is the majority of the, like you can say, the half of the women population are unemployed, the half of the women population are living in the street. So that becomes an again an effect to the economic section of the society. So all these things, whatever the social problems are happening in our society, that not only affects only one section of the society, that affects the whole sections of the society, be it social, be it economic, be it domestic, be it political, or be it any kind of sections of society. Then comes to the, yes.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry for interrupting in the middle.
Yeah.
I have a small theory about the social, all social problem, social in origin, and other thing is which is affect all section of society. I have one small questions.
Yeah.
As you say that undesirable and abnormal by the individual, which is called social problem.
Hmm.
So can we say democracy is a social problem because sometimes we see in our society that is some people or some person who misuse or who mislead the democracy,
Hmm.
as we treat it is a social problem or not?
No, we can't treat democracy as a social problem, because
Uh,
democracy, if, see, if some people, you are saying that some people are getting some getting some kind of
Misusing.
negative effect of this democracy, but majority
Yes.
of the people are there who is getting the benefits of the democracy. If the democracy will not be there, then you can take the example of the North Korea. There is no democracy, there is the egalitarianism is following by the North Korea. So are, you can say that those people are happy in their life? In a daily to daily newses, you can say that the North Korea people are migrating to the South Korea. Okay, North
And
Korean.
I mean, so
Yeah.
bundle up is if I remind everything,
Yeah.
so it means that if the majority of people who lives in society, they are not influenced by any problem or any undesirable thing, that is not called social problem.
I didn't get it again, please repeat.
Ma'am, as you say earlier, like few minutes ago,
Hmm.
that majority of people, if happy with democracy or happy with some kind of rule or regulations,
Yeah.
so that will be not treated as a social problem. Am I
Yeah.
right, ma'am? Okay.
I'm not
Uh,
saying that. No, see, let me clear my point to you. See,
okay.
I am saying that social problem. What is the meaning of problem? Do you think, to for you, do you think that democracy is a problem?
No, ma'am, I'm agree with this, but some
Yeah.
people who are
So
misleading it.
some people, see, some people are misleading that whatever. If you are saying that you can take all those things, that whatever the slum, you can see that the slum people, okay, slum people
Yes.
are getting some kind of beneficiaries, that they will be giving some kind of housing beneficiaries for them, so that they will leave that slum things. But some of them are doing that, they are renting those houses and living in that, only that small houses, that only slum areas.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
if
ma'am.
some of them are getting, are you can say, are getting some kind of negative effects, so that doesn't mean that becomes a social, yeah, it is a social problem. The slum people, what are they are doing is a social problem, is a social crime, it's a crime, or you can say problem. But that doesn't mean that those programs, whatever happened, whatever was introduced by the government, that whole program is the problem. So So democracy is a thing which is beneficial to the people, which is
Yes,
give
ma'am.
choices to the people. But if the some people are getting some kind of negative effect, or use it for the negative reasons, that doesn't mean that it become democracy itself becomes a crime, or democracy itself
Okay.
becomes a problem.
And ma'am, you also told one point which is about Sati Daha Pratha,
Yeah, yeah.
which is a social problem. But if I if I view the past of our society,
Yeah.
when the Sati Daha Pratha is going on in Bengal,
Mm-hmm.
so, ma'am, I don't think that time it is normal, maybe because that time people are follow it, and those people who are follow it, and they try to influence it to another people. So maybe that time they are not treat it is a social problem, but right now we are treating it as a social problem.
Okay, okay. I'm saying, you are saying through the timeline. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Just tell me one point. Now, the feminism of the concept of feminism is very much popular. Okay, between the
Yes,
women
yes,
and
ma'am.
between the
Yes,
society.
yes, ma'am. Yes,
So,
yes,
previous era, the women's are not getting the beneficiaries. I'm asking you. Okay,
yes, ma'am. Yes,
women
ma'am.
are not getting the beneficiaries. So do you think are they happy, were they happy, for which they started this feminism kind of concept, or these whole waves of feminism? Were they
Ma'am,
happy? If they were happy, then the feminism as a term will not be gonna introduced. Okay, women
yes,
had
ma'am.
their own problems. Women were not happy, but they were induced to do that. They were, you can say, their purpose to do that because of the pressure of the society. But when a woman get education, when a woman get herself to know that I can do this, I can do that, so by the time they are getting these kind of ideologies, and these whole concepts of feminism started. In this way, you say that the sati pratha, from the previous time, it is, it might not be the problem for the other part of the society, like for the male, or for the other women who are elderly, or who are having their own husband in their elder ages. It not become a part of the problem for them. But those women, when their husband is burning and they are forced to burn themselves, do you think they are happily burn themselves?
No, ma'am.
No. And that is why they shout for that, they shout for that, that no, we are not gonna do the sati pratha act or something. That is how, see, whenever is something, whenever the revolution comes because of them, because of some kind of problems, right? These
Yes, ma'am.
democracies, you can say democracies has happened, the BR Ambedkar part, you can say, the caste was a problem at that point of time too. Previously be, previous maybe, or abhi bhi, you can say the caste is a problem in our Indian
Yes, ma'am.
society. So if the
Yes,
caste, the BR Ambedkar started something and legislations formed for the caste right. So do you think that the whole caste system was great in the previous society, but now it is not that much great? That is not the thing, na. Caste was a
yes, ma'am.
problem, caste was a social problem. That's how they started to shout for their own rights, and they get their own rights. So it was a problem. That's how the people have started to raise their voice. यदि
Yes,
अगर
ma'am.
अगर वो एक प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता तो पीपल क्यों ही शाउट करते?
Yes, yes,
कि नहीं,
ma'am.
अभी
Got it.
हमें, if we are getting democracy now, the elections times are happening, so we are getting the freedom to choose our ruler party or
Leader.
something. Yeah, ruler candidate and ruler party. So if we have if we'll get we will be like, if one day they will say ki no, you from now on the democracy is banned in our Indian society, we people do not have any kind of liberties to give votes, then do you think that people will be happy? If that is the thing, then why the voting things when the starting period of freedom fighters were started, then why the voting things gives very much emphasis. The first wave of feminism was, the liberal feminism was saying that women should have the right to give the vote, because voting
Yes, ma'am.
is very much important for a people to choose their own candidate, right? So democracy
Yes,
is
ma'am.
not a problem, but whenever,
No, no, ma'am.
yeah,
I'm not against about that, but I
yeah,
just asked my query, which is some people
yeah,
are misleading it,
yeah,
and it
misleading
is
it,
not
yeah.
good for our society. So that's why I'm asking that it is a social problem,
No,
that
no,
very
no,
much democracy, and they are like,
no, it is not. No, you cannot say that democracy is a social problem.
yes,
But misleading it, and someone is influenced by the someone is doing crime, is two different things. Someone is misleading because they are giving some kind of privileges, that is another thing. That cannot be, you cannot say that yes, that people is having some kind of doing some kind of problem, doing some kind of crime, but you cannot give the whole system, you cannot say that the whole system is a social problem. Okay,
yes, ma'am, yes,
got
understood,
it?
ma'am.
Is
Thank
there
you,
any
ma'am.
other doubt?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
No, ma'am, thank
yeah,
you.
okay. uh, then the sixth point is, the responsibility for social problems is social, that is, they require a collective approach for their solution. This is a kind of suggestive characteristics of social problem, you can say. Whenever a social problem is happening in our society, we can say the responsibility becomes a social perspective. If we can say that the problem is not confined to only one person, the problem is confined to the whole society, then we can also say the collective approach, or you can say the solution is not confined to only one person. The thing that we say in our life, in our home also, that if one person will change the society, then other persons will also, one person cannot change the whole society, other persons should get that collective approach to change the society. That is the same thing, that one person cannot change the whole society, so one person cannot even change the whole social problem or eradicate the whole social problems. The collective approach should be there, the collective solution should be there to get eradicated by the social problem. That same thing that the boy was asked me, that sati pratha is a social problem, was not a social problems back then, and now maybe it is a social problem. No, dekho, see, what happened, the social problems, it becomes a social when one person is giving her life for, when one woman is giving her life for the to remain sati for all her life. After that, it influences other women too. So it becomes a social like it becomes a social pressure, unlikely it becomes a social pressure for the woman to do those kind of activities, that to burn yourself. But when we are noticing that no, it is a social problem, after some ages we are noticing that no, it is a social problem, why women have to give life their own, because of that her husband is died or something like that. So when the solution comes, the whole society comes together and make a solution. Or you can say as a solution, you can say those Arya Samaj, Brahmo Samaj, these samajas were created. There are certain other fighters, there are certain other revolutionists who worked for the rights of the women, who worked for the to enhance, to empower of the women. So my point is that whenever a problem is not a problem of one individual, it becomes a social. So the solution of that one problem also becomes a collective approach. The solution should be taken as a collective approach. So the sixth point itself saying that it is a suggestive characteristics of social problem, that whenever the social problem is this, social, so it becomes a responsibility for the all the society to get the solution of that one social problem. Okay, I guess you people got the point till now. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, for the theoretical approach of social problem, I will be taking some will meet some another day. It is time. So thank you for the lecture and thank you for listening me. Okay, bye. I'm signing
Hi,
off.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞടാ. ഹലോ എന്നാ രാജേ ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞണോ? എന്താണ് വെറുതെ ഇവിടെ നിക്കണ? നിങ്ങളെന്താ ആരൊന്നും ഉൾക്കൊള്ളിയുള്ളൂ.
Good afternoon, students. Okay, so today now we'll discuss rural sociology. Okay, so I will discuss the meaning of rural sociology.
Sir, I didn't get.
Yes.
Please loudly.
Uh-huh. So, meaning of rural sociology. Rural sociology is a field of sociology that is connected with the. Huh? Am I audible to
സാർ
all of you?
സൗണ്ട് ഇല്ല സാറേ.
Huh? Am I audible to all of you?
Once more, please.
Am I audible to all of you now?
Yes.
Okay. So rural sociology is a field of study that is connected with the study of social life in rural areas. Okay. So India is basically a land of villages, and rural sociology is the sociology of the village or village society. It is a branch of sociology which studies rural society, and rural sociology studies the relations of sociology, the relations of the people who live in the villages. It is just like a mirror of the rural social life. It provides a detailed study of knowledge about different aspects of rural life, its problems, its culture, its religion, and its economic and political life. The Indian society has euphoria for village life. The village society is considered as the backbone of Indian society. Some noise is coming. Wait for 2 minutes because I have very less amount of charge in my laptop. Just wait for 2 minutes. I am charging it. Then I'll continue the class.
Okay, sir.
Now am I audible? Now am I audible to all of you clearly?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Okay, so now I will start. Uh, okay, so it is okay. So it is just like a mirror of the rural social life. It provides a detailed study of knowledge uh, about different aspects of rural life. Okay, got it? Then uh, its problems, its culture, its religion, and its economic and political life as well. The Indian society has a euphoria for village life. The village society is considered as the backbone of Indian society. Millions of money have been spent on the development of villages. The basic aim of the study of rural sociology is to make the people, is to make the village people self-sufficient and also link them with the wider society at regional and national levels. Due to historical reasons, the existing Indian rural society has become a veritable mosaic of various types of rural societies and hence reveals a diversified cultural pattern. To reconstruct a rural society, it is urgently necessary to study not only the economic forces but also the social, the ideological, and other forces operating in our society. It is a very complex and colossal task. Then, going to the definition part, some of the definition of rural sociology. According to Sanderson, rural sociology is the study of sociology of rural life in rural environment. According to Burton, he says rural sociology is that study of human relationships in rural environment. T.L. Smith, such sociological facts and principles as are derived from the study of rural social relationships may be referred to as rural sociology. Then F.S. Chapin, according to him, the sociology of rural life is a study of rural population, rural social organization, and rural social processes operative in rural society. Got it? This definition clearly justifies that rural sociology studies the social interaction, social institutions and activities, and social changes that take place in rural societies. Okay? It studies the rural social organization, structure, and setup. In other words, it can be said that rural sociology acts as a reflection of the rural social life and provides the norms and values that govern the rural society. Got it? It provides a clear picture of the rural population and the difference they possess from the urban population. Origin and development of rural sociology in India. You see, rural sociology is relatively a novel branch of sociology. It is, as today we have already discussed in our first class, that it is originated from where? It is originated in the United States of America, that we have discussed, in the form of systematic science in the year 1820. It has taken more than half a century to become established as a distinct academic need.
Hello, sir.
Now, am I audible to all of you clearly?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Okay. So, in India, after the independence, literature and rural society has been on the increase. After independence, during the first 5-year plan, strategies were made for the upliftment of the condition of rural people. In 1955, prominent village studies by famous sociologists were brought out in India. It was suggested that there is a need of rural reconstruction and welfare. Therefore, community development programs came into the scene, and Planning Commission has introduced several projects, that is land reforms, cooperative movements, 5-year plans, Panchayat Raj, etc. These plans and programs have contributed a lot towards the development of rural sociology in India. Different sociologists have made their original contributions in the field of rural sociology in India. Among them, we have already discussed that Dr. D. N. Majumdar, Professor N. K. Bose, Professor M. N. Srinivas, S. C. Dubey, they are the pioneers of rural sociology in India. And before independence, many studies were conducted about village life in India. In 1926, Royal Commission on Agriculture was set up. World War I saw agrarian crisis and began to draw the attention of the scholars towards rural India. George Gittings and Harold Mann in Bombay, Gilbert Slater in Madras, and E.V. Lucas in Punjab initiated intensive studies of particular village. In the meanwhile, Bishwabharati set up a rural reconstruction board. In 1932, Scottish Church College, Calcutta established accounts of village life, but all these studies before independence remained isolated. Only after 1947, our nation decided to have a planned development. So, in a very nutshell, we have completed rural sociology, meaning definition, origin, and development of rural sociology in India. Then, next part of your syllabus is, let me see. Yeah. So we have discussed introduction, concept of rural sociology, origin, development, scope of rural sociology, then significance of rural sociology in India. That's the part now we'll deal with. Okay. Importance of rural sociology or significance of rural sociology. Okay. Am I audible to all of you clearly? I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. So now we'll start with where it is. Importance or significance of rural sociology in India. After independence, it is very much necessary for our country to have a systematic study of the rural social organization, its structure, its function and evolution. Okay. So Professor A.R. Desai, while highlighting the importance of rural sociology, observes that it is, however, urgently necessary to make a scientific and systematic study of rural society. This is the observation of A.R. Desai, Professor A.R. Desai. He observes that it is urgently necessary to make a scientific and systematic uh, what some message has come. Yes, do you have any question? Okay. Okay. Okay, very good. So it is so it is very necessary to make a scientific and systematic study of rural society, of its economic foundations, social and cultural superstructure, of its institutions and functions, of the problems arising from the rapid process of disintegration which is undergoing and which even threatens its breakdown. The practical value of the study of rural sociology is widely recognized today. Rural sociology, which aims at providing systematic and scientific approach to rural social problems and life, is achieving greater significance because in India, rural society after independence has acquired a new significance. Okay, so you see, India is a classic land of agriculture. The economic foundation of village communities centers around agriculture. It is with the help of rural sociology that it can be possible to find out what are the causes of break off of the self-sufficiency of the village community. It is necessary to understand and to act according to the laws prevailing in the village in order to achieve progress of the villages. This necessitates a special study of the rural society. In India, rural sociology emphasizes analyzing the implications of traditional rural society in the modern context. The, the basic significance, the major importance of rural sociology we can examine the significance of rural sociology in this context. Number one, rural sociology lays great stress on systematization and scientific analysis. This one is really very, very important. First, it lays great stress, it lays greater importance on systematization and scientific analysis. Okay. So number two, rural society is the fundamental basis of human civilization and culture. People who are living in urban areas, they are mainly the migrants from the rural areas. The rural area or village is a wellspring of our culture and civilization. Thus, to know about the life of urban community, it is essential to know their original place of living, that is, rural community. The basic importance of rural sociology was to find out the laws of development, and those principles only can be discovered by studying rural communities in detail. Then, because the job of rural sociology is to find out the different laws by which the rural society is being operated. So, so, so that is one of the most important of rural sociology. Then the importance of rural society cannot be ignored in studying rural problems in India. India is a country of villages, as all of us know, and therefore rural sociology is consequently comparatively more important here than in any other country of the world. The importance of true Indian culture can be found only in the Indian villages. Now India is facing with the problems of social, economic and political reconstruction. Unless one understands what rural India is, one cannot understand the problem of India as a whole and its ancient traditions, customs, culture and ways of life. The importance of rural sociology cannot be ignored or underestimated. The role of rural sociology in understanding the solving of rural problems is well emphasized by all. Today, it is the slogan, back to the villages. If village will prosper, and if village will perish, India too will perish. The importance of rural sociology is becoming more and more popular in our society. It is considered as a progressive social science. Then, so this is in a very nutshell, we have completed the importance of rural sociology, the importance of rural sociology in India. Then, going to your syllabus, okay. So now we'll discuss the foundation of rural sociology. One minute. Okay. Now we'll discuss the nature of rural sociology. The nature of rural sociology generally implies whether it can be categorized under natural science or under arts. Auguste Comte, the father of sociology, called sociology as the queen of sciences. Some sociologists have viewed sociology in terms of natural sciences. According to Pierre Bourdieu, sociology seems to me to have all the properties that define a science. All sociologists worthy of the name agree on a common heritage of concepts, methods, and verification procedures. Most of the sociologists opine that sociology has all the characteristics of science, and it is no doubt a science. Since rural sociology is a specialized branch of sociology, therefore it is also a science. In spite of that, before furthering to elaborate rural sociology as a science, it is essential to know what science is. Science is a method and way of looking at things consisting of systematic steps like observation, collection. Yes, yes, any question? Am I audible to all of you clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, very good. Thank you. So, in spite of that, before furthering to elaborate rural sociology as a science, it is essential to know what science is. Science is a method and a way of looking at things consisting of systematic steps like observation, collection, and classification of data, hypothesis testing, theory, and conclusion. Once again, I'm repeating, just because since it is important, I'm repeating it once again. Science is a method and way of looking at things consisting of systematic steps like observation. First, you need to observe. Pehle, first we need to observe, we need to see, then we need to collect data, collection and classification. Again, madam. 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 Okay. Then, am I audible to all of you now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So science is a method and way of looking at things consisting of systematic steps like observation, collection and classification of data, hypothesis, testing, theory, and conclusion. Science possesses this. But first I told you, first one is observation. First we need to observe. Then we need to collect data. Then we need to classify the data. Then we need to, yeah, yeah, yes. Then we need to classify the data. Then we need to formulate hypothesis, and then we need to test our hypothesis. Then we can build a new theory, and after that, we conclude. We conclude. Then so science possesses 6 basic ingredients. So what are these? First, science employs the scientific method. Number one. Secondly, it is a study of facts. Thirdly, scientific principles are universal. It is universal. It is universal. It is one for all. So scientific principles are universal. Fourthly, scientific laws are vertical. Its validity can be examined at any time and it proves true in every place. Fifth, science discovers the cause effect relationship in its subject matter and in this connection provides universal and valid laws. Finally, science can make predictions on the basis of universal and valid laws relating to the cause-effect relationships in any subject. The function of science is based upon a faith in causality. That means if there is an effect, there must be a cause behind it. Without a cause, there cannot be any effect. So then the nature of rural sociology as a science can be examined on these different grounds. Number one, scientific methodology. Rural sociology utilizes scientific methodology and hence all the methods used in rural sociology are scientific in nature. This is one point. Then these methods are, I've already told you, observation, interview, case study, schedule, questionnaire, etc. In these methods, the first step is a collection of data through observation. Okay? We need to collect data and we need to collect it through observation. On a stipulated date, the results are brought out on the basis of accepted data. The validity of these results is verified and theories are formulated. Such rigorous methodology is assumed to produce dependable theoretical constructs. Got it? So then, next one, facts accumulation. Facts accumulation. What is that? What is that facts accumulation? So fact accumulation is that rural sociology is always founded on factual study. It studies rural social relationships and activities in a factual manner. It makes a scientific study of facts, general principles, and theories involved in them. It is also a known principle that science grows on the data collection from the field that a sociologist stands on the shoulder of other sociologists, as said by Robert K. Merton. Okay, got it? Then empiricism. Unlike natural sciences that carry out experiments in the closed laboratory for measurement and verification, rural sociology uses the empirical method in the form of field work. For a rural sociologist, going to field carries immense significance as it helps him or her to gather relevant data on the basis of which he will formulate theories, and also it provides an occasion for experimentation, observation, and verification. Then, precision and accuracy. What is that precision? What is that accuracy? What is that precision and what is that accuracy? So, precision, two of the important features of scientific investigation are precision and accuracy. The data that is collected should reflect the exact existing situation at the time of observation. The principle of rural sociology need to be proved true when verified. Their validity can be examined by anyone. Then, discovery of cause-effect relationship. What is that? I told, we have now discussed, science means cause-effect relationship. There is causal relationships. That means if there is effect, there must be a cause. And the job of sociologist, the job of rural sociologist is to find out that cause-effect relationship. So like sociology, rural sociology also discovers a cause-effect relationship between the different social phenomenon, social happenings, and rural sociology that establish that cause-effect relationships between different kinds of social phenomena. For example, if we take an example, it will be easier for you to understand how rural sociology, sociology in general and rural sociology in particular, how they establish cause and effect relationship. What happened? Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, very good. Okay. Hmm. So what is that cause and effect relationship? You see, rural sociology also covers a cause-effect relationship between the phenomenon. For example, in the modern society, the rate of divorce that increases, isn't it? So, and it increases rapidly due to what? Due to family disorganization, due to personal disorganization, so due to growth of and rate of poverty, we can say, and due to unemployment increase. Has discovered affect relations between the phenomena and population. And relationships in rural
Sir,
society,
your
and
voice
then
is
cause
breaking, sir.
different kinds of next.
Your voice is breaking, sir. Your voice is breaking.
Breaking. Yeah. I think there is some network problem. Now am I audible clearly? I hope now I'm audible. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Actually, there is a little bit of network problem here. I think from next class onwards, from my next class, in my next class, this kind of problem, I hope it will not be there.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
So predictions. Eventually, on the basis of cause-effect relationship, rural sociology becomes capable of anticipating the future and make predictions concerning social relationship, activities, incidents, etc. For example, if disorganization families becomes pronounced, it can make predictions concerning the number of divorce and many other things. Knowing the cause-effect relationships, rural sociology can conclude what will be the basis of what is.
It's over.
What is? Yes.
Time is over.
Yes, I think that today there is some network problem. There is some network problem today. So I hope that from my next class, in my next class, this kind of problem will not be there. I hope so. So sorry for the network issue.
Yeah.
So prediction. Eventually, on the basis of cause-effect relationships, rural sociology becomes capable of anticipating the future and make predictions concerning social relationships, activities, incidents, etc. For example, if disorganization in the families becomes pronounced, it can make predictions concerning the number of divorces and many other things. Knowing the cause-effect relationships, rural sociology can conclude what will be on the basis of what is. So for today, this much. So we'll continue this discussion in my next class onwards. So dear students, so thank you very much, all of you. So we'll continue this
Thank you.
discussion in my next class.
thank you,
In my
sir.
next class. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Tango.
Thank you. Thank you.
അല്ല നിർത്തിയപ്പോ നോക്കി മതി മതി കഴിഞ്ഞ്
ആശിക്ക് എത്തിയാനൊന്നും പോയിട്ടില്ല കേട്ടോ. സാറ് പോയില്ല. ആശിക്ക്
ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞാണ് പെരിയ പോവാൻ നോക്കടാ.
2:30 വരെ ക്ലാസ്. 2 മണിക്ക് കൃത്യത്തിന് നിർത്തിന്.
പഞ്ച്വാലിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്.
പോയിക്കോളേ.
എന്താ ഇവിടെ പെരിയ പോവാൻ നോക്കി. ഇറങ്ങിക്കൂടി.
നമ്മളെ കട കാണിച്ചു കണ്ടിട്ടോ. കേജോടെ അഞ്ജനെ ആര് ഡയറക്ടർ സാർ ഹായ്. ആഷിക്കേ ഇതേത് മൂസിന ആരാ? നമ്മളാ കോളേജില്ല ക്ലാസ്സില്ല. എല്ലാരും ലെഫ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ടോ, എല്ലാരും ലെഫ്റ്റ് ആയി പോയിക്കോളി. ഹലോ എടാ MHS എന്തെന്റെ പേര്? പതിനേഴ് മെമ്പറോ? എടാ മൈക്ക് ഓൺ ആക്കണാ. ആ മൈക്ക് ഇല്ലാന്നോ? അതിന് 130 ഉറുപ്പിക കിലോ. അപ്പോൾ 185. അതല്ല അപ്പൊ ഇറങ്ങുണ്ടോ? പൊയ്ക്കടാ പൊയ്ക്കോ, ഇറങ്ങിയാ ഞാൻ പോവാ. ബൈ.